Good evening, racing fans. Welcome to Racing Action from Grand River Raceway for this Monday evening. Our first race will go to post in approximately 20 minutes. Beautiful Monday evening. Just a touch on the cool side, but actually it's kind of nice, kind of fresh. Blue skies overhead with some white fluffies. The track listed as fast and the announcer listed as slow. Let's get a look at the changes on this evening's card of racing. In race number one, number two, Oh, a Legend, changing aluminum to steel up front. That's aluminum to steel up front. And number six, Big Nipper is scratched. Race one, scratch six, Big Nipper. Races two, three, and four have no changes. No changes. Races two, three, or four. In race five, number five, Cheddar Bay is scratched. Race five, scratch five, Cheddar Bay. Race six, no changes. No changes, race six. In race number seven, three, Street Cassidy scratched, and four, Latigo scratched. That's race seven, scratch three and four. Races 8 and 9 have no changes. No changes, races 8 or 9. Once again, reviewing races 1 and 2. Race 1 to Oh, a Legend, changing aluminum to steel shoes up front. And number 6, Big Nipper, is scratched. And the second dash has no changes. In fact, no changes, races 3 or 4. It's now 18 minutes to post time. Time to welcome in my co-host and handicapping expert, and live off a big handicapping night Friday night, hoping to carry it on forward here this evening. Live from Margaritaville in the big palace there. Imagine the moat filled right up on the weekend. A lot of water on the weekend.
Oh yeah, a lot of water. I got soaked at the King's Plate, and unfortunately they had to postpone that big race and end the card midway through at Woodbine on their biggest day of the year. But that first leg of the Canadian Triple Crown will go post right now on Friday. So since we're dark on Friday, maybe I'll still make the trek out to Woodbine to watch the King's Plate. And that is a reminder, folks. Get your fill in tonight and Wednesday night. 9 dashes tonight here. 9 dashes on Wednesday. We're dark on Friday evening. But it is a marvelous Monday here at Grand River Raceway. We've got 9 dashes on tap, 7 on the pace, 2 in the trot. Those 2 trotting events, though, pack a powerful punch. Mid-range condition trotters and also our top condition trotters. The top class for both the pacers and trotters in the condition ranks will both go post for tonight, and both are pretty much like a junior preferred. So looking forward to those races, and I like the card overall. I think there's some opportunities. Friday night was very fond of that card. There was some price opportunities and some horses you could hang your hat on. I kind of feel similar about tonight's just 9 dashes, though, this evening. So we have that early pick 5, no late pick 5, but the late pick 4 gets bumped up to race number 6. But that early pick 5, as you know, is one of my favorite wagers here at the River. Low takeout, 15% guaranteed pool, $5,000. Gary and I will come back, take a look at my ticket, his ticket, and Conley's ticket at about 8 minutes to post. 8 minutes to post till the opening dash here at Grand River Raceway on a marvelous Monday. You know what time that is? It's early pick five time, and it's where we always take a look at what Gary, myself, and Conley have in store for you for our suggested tickets for the early pick five with a guaranteed pool of $5,000, low takeout 15%. You can feel free to add or subtract as you see fit, or just play your own ticket because it is a wager you don't want to miss out on here at the River. One of my favorites, and starting off for me, I'm going to go too deep in the opener. We see all the support has been in the favor of the four, Forever Better, and I get it. Huge recovery last time to be third as the favorite. Disappointed as that favorite when blowing up at the start. Made a break in stride. First start for Blair Burgess. Now will be second start for that conditioner, and obviously a solid effort after that miscue. Also using the 7, though she's lawless all the way on the engine. Did get things her own way in the second quarter, but I thought she was well in hand of the wire, and a big effort before that as well. So I know that she's got to work from the outermost post in the contest, but now it's only post 6. I'm going to have her on the ticket, actually put her on top. She's lawless right now, 7-1. We'll like to see those odds get a little bit closer come post time. Race number 2, just a 5, the great reset for me. This is one of my plays of the night. Love the fact that this one obviously gets post relief and also gets a little bit of class relief as well. And I think that we're going to see him do what he does best this time, blast off the gate and try to take things all the way on the engine. The Great Reset is my single and one of my plays of the night in race number 2, and he is the 5, and he's a beautiful chestnut. In race number 3, 1, 2, 5, and 6, tough race for it's 2-year-old fillies, no winners of 1. The horse is likely the favorite towards the outside of the gates. Dreamer of the West, I think he's going to take support, but there's others in there too that will might take some action. We've got a first-time starter. We've got another horse that only had one start in her career. So I'm going to go deep in this one. 1, 2, 5, and 6. Wouldn't even begrudge anyone for taking it all. I mean, it is 2-year-olds, and anything can happen. But I'm going to go 4 deep in there. 1, 2, 5, and 6, and hope we can get a price down in race number 3. 1, 2, and 5 in race number 4. Very intrigued by the 2, JK's Lifesaver. Last time she faced the boys in an amateur event. This time now moving back against her own kind. Post 2, Brett McDonald. Love her chances. Also using the 1, Snake Eyes Hanover, and the 5, Fearless Sheila. And then the money leg, just a 1 and 3. The 1, Nighttime Dancer, I believe that's Conley's play of the night for the Cashing with Conley segment on X. He likes the 1 in there, but I like the 3 Artie's ideal. I couldn't go against him in the win position. I think he's been racing really well, and now he gets to dodge some of those horses that have just been a little too tough for him, and gets back to the condition ranks. A couple starts in the preferreds on the Bs. Last time he raced in the condition ranks, he was a winner. It was at Cowortha, probably against a softer group than he faces this time around, but I think he's the one to beat in the money leg race number 5. $9.60 the cost of my ticket. We'll see what Gary's guy has in store for us on this marvelous Monday.
Well, I spent the same amount of money as you did, but I did have a little different look at it. And I do have the Forever Better, but I also included Love Party. I just kind of think that last race, yeah, it didn't finish up strongly, but also had an excuse. Then when she was kind of up close to hot fractions, and it just wasn't a good setup. But I think Love Party on the inside with Jay Harris just might blast out, and I'm hoping to get a bit of a price. I think some people might look at the finish of that last race and get off Love Party, including you there, Mr. Stormtrooper, backed away from Love Party. In the second dash of this pick 5, well, you have just Great Reset. I actually wanted to have 3 in there because the Great Reset, like Chaos and Insanity, I'm trying to get the Great Reset beaten and see if I can grab a price, but still didn't want to leave the Great Reset off. That is my top pick. Race number 3, I have just the 6 and 5. So I only went too deep in there thinking that that might be enough, but it is maidens, and so I see why you broadened out. Race number 4, I only take the inside 2, and those are your top 2. I didn't take Fearless Sheila. And note that missing line is a break, so made a break here August the 16th. And in race number 5, 5 Cheddar Bay is scratched out of that one. We have a field of 8, and well, we both have just the 3 Artie's Ideal and 1 Nighttime Dancer. So we'll see if I can get it through to race number 5 and be alive. But $9.60 spent the same, and there's my pattern always. 4 2s and a 3 seems to be the way to go for me.
I like that. Yeah, and and Fearless Sheila off that break and stride, I used her because she took a lot of support in the multi-legs. They were all she was heavily backed in the multi-leg wagers in that dash. Heavy favorite in all of them. Made that miscue. I thought she was in good position when she made that break in stride. So maybe she rebounds tonight. That's why she's on the ticket. I do give the edge to the inside two in there. Same dollar amount. Myself and Gary, we have 8 combinations where we can both be winners. Kind of same area code, or I guess sorry, same postal code. Different street for me and Gary tonight. We're very similar in our tickets, just a little bit different here and there. But I'm sure we can both get down to winner here in this early pick 5. We'll see Conley's ticket now. I think he's going to be singled in race 5. I know he loves the one nighttime dancer in race 5. We'll see what he did there. Yeah, there it is. There it is, spreading out everywhere, except that money leg where he's taking a stand on a horse that he loves tonight. 1, 2, 3, and 7 here to kick it off. So we're similar there. The fact he's not using the 4 Forever Better, maybe because that break and stride last time, just he decided to pitch the chalk here, which is not a bad strategy if you're trying to get a big ticket down. Throw out the favorites sometimes. 1, 2, 3, and 7. Then the 3, 5, and 6. Very logical in race 2. Those are the 3 I'd go with if I was going 3 deep. Then 3, 5, 6 in race 3. Like those ones as well. And then in race number 4, 3, 5, and 7. So we're totally different there. Miss Sophia Rose, Fearless Sheila, and Cove Beach. I like the inside too. And then, of course, these singles, Nighttime Dancer. I like Artie's Ideal. I did use Nighttime Dancer. I think that the race last time here at the River, August 5th, on Industry Day was a good one. It really was. It's way better visually than it looks on the program page. But I do give the edge to the 3 Artie's Deal in there. 2160 is the cost of Conley's ticket. He's coming in hot off the weekend with a big ticket there, 2160 in his early pick 5. Again, guaranteed pool $5,000, low takeout 15%. Gary and I will come back in just a couple of minutes, take a closer look at the opening dash.
Field for race number 1 is on parade. One Love Party, Jay Harris from Mike Watniowski and Suzanne McKeegan. Number 2, a legend, Chris Bush drives and trains for Bernie Klaser. And number 3, Don't Mess with Molly, Scooter Gimlet drives and trains for James Dean and Brooke Gimlet. And number 4, Forever Better, semifolia for Blair Burgess and Kenneth Seastrom. 5 is Cheddar Crossing, Travis Henry for John Pentland and Hunt Racing. Number 6 is Strat 7, She's Lawless, Tyler Moore for Shane Barrington and Max Stable. Field of 6 for race number 1, first of 9 dashes on this Monday evening at the River. Let's get a look at this field, and we'll start with She's Lawless. We stay right there, and Tyler Moore, Shane Barrington. And She's Lawless is one that has 3 wins, so that is one that matches the best in here. Forever Better also with 3 wins. She's Lawless. Yeah, post position 6. In a field of 6, I don't think it's a problem if she wants to blast out.
No, I don't think so at all, Gary. And I couldn't really go against her on top here off that latest effort. The thing is, obviously, Forever Better made that big recovery. I knew that's where the money was going to go, and I think it's fine and it's expected and deserving. But She's Lawless. I mean, what did she do? she do wrong, right? She didn't do much wrong at all in that effort. She blasted off to the lead. She chopped it out. Yeah, she got an easy second quarter, but I thought she was well in hand to Tyler Moore in the stretch. She kind of looked over to see if no close no problem was going to be a threat. Wasn't going to be one at all, and just kind of had her wrapped up to the wire. So we both loved the effort the first time. I probably shouldn't have went against her last time, and I'm not going to do so tonight. So hopefully the Robert On angle doesn't hurt her chances. But I love the price right now at 7-2. I mean, I fully expect her to go forward off the gate, and again, she might be able to control things throughout again.
I think the thing for Forever Better for me is that that last start, August the 12th, was the first start since April the 26th, and you don't see breaks further down. And Blair Burgess is a long-time accomplished trainer. There's Forever Better scoring down.
Yeah, it's possible. Forever Better right now looks great out there, and you're right. I mean, it's not a horse that doesn't show any breaks on the card, and did so kind of uncharacteristically and at the start too. So maybe it was just kind of getting back to racing action. Maybe it was something to do with the gate or something. Kind of scared her a little bit, and she made that miscue. But right now, scoring down, she looks fantastic. Love the recovery she made. I mean, at one point, it looked like she might even be able to challenge them again. That 27 and 2 third quarter was a big one. And I thought raced really well just to be third. So I went too deep in here. I wanted to be on the right side of value. Right now, I am, I think, at 7-2 with She's Lawless, but obviously Forever Better, probably the one to beat.
Oh, a Legend is interesting. Aluminum to steel shoes up front. I know you like that change. And Oh, a Legend. This is one that came on late in the mile last time out. And also, that was one with about 5 weeks between starts and now comes back on a tight rotation.
Exactly, and second start for the new connections. The thing is, too, obviously, you always take notice of any kind of a change, right? Especially a shoeing change. The other thing about this filly is she came from what looked like to be an impossible spot to get within a neck of Athleta. Now, Athleta did put steps in on the final turn, kind of came back to a bit before winning by a neck at the wire, but she came back to win over the weekend at Clinton, and she went to the lead again in a Prospect Series race, and she actually made a break on the final turn this time. Luckily, didn't interfere with anyone. Still came back on for the victory. So there's a good form reference there, right? So the horse that beat her last time has come back and won already, and did so pretty impressively. So, Oa Legend to me is one that I think if you want to take a flyer on one at a bigger price or look for a real bust out in the pick five, definitely one that's worth a look.
One in this race that we have a different view on is one Love Party. Now, I can see where your view is coming. That last race, yeah, you could be a bit negative about it, but I've seen some other things that I really like. And this is Jay Harris on the inside. I think Love Party is going to get a trip, might be on the lead, but could sit the pocket behind She's Lawless. We'll see how things unfold, but I just wanted to give Love Party a shot to bounce back. I wished it wasn't 9-5. I thought it would be a little higher, though.
Yeah, I thought that there'd be support that comes for her. I thought maybe 5-2 to be about the right price on Love Party. I figured the betting would likely go Forever Better, Love Party, because pole position and the last mile time is a quick one, despite that 31-01 final quarter. I mean, there was some big fractions on that occasion. I like her, obviously. It's somewhere in the exotics, but yeah, I wasn't going to go there because I thought she might get bet, and she's getting bet right now. She's down to 2-1, so I want to be on the side of value as much as I can, and I think She's Lawless is the one that's giving us that right now, Gary.
Well, right now it is a field of six moving in behind the gate as the gate is fanned out. And first of 9 dashes, so Forever Better is now the 9-5 favorite. And Love Party at 2-1. Robert's top pick. She's Lawless offers a bit of value at 7-2. It's Love Party and Oil Legend on the inside. In the center, Don't Mess with Molly and Forever Better. And to the outside, Cheddar Crossing, She's Lawless. It is a field of six. Race number one. They are turning into the backstretch, gathering speed. Field for race number one. All in position. There at the start of the rough, and she's lawless and Cheddar Crossing. Oh, a legend has gone off stride. Love Party now sprints through on the inside. It is Cheddar Crossing was able to get out and cross over and take the lead. And Love Party is second. She's lawless third. Don't Mess with Molly and Forever Better is racing fifth. And Love Party didn't want to sit the pocket. Stepped out now to come around Cheddar Crossing. Love Party is able to clear to the front of her Cheddar Crossing. She's lawless is on the outside still. 27-3 the opening quarter. Love Party, she's lawless and Cheddar Crossing on the inside. Don't Mess with Molly and Forever Better as the field works their way on up towards the half. Love Party with the lead. She's lawless. Don't Mess with Molly is working second over as the field heads up towards the half. Cheddar Crossing is in the pocket. Front five are tightly grouped as racing fifth. Forever Better on the inside. Watching the front four go at it as they work their way on up to the half, and it is Love Party and She's Lawless is getting the worst of things on the outside, but is still right there in the hunt. Love Party and She's Lawless. Now moving off the pylons from fifth is Forever Better, but racing third on the outside is Don't Mess with Molly. Cheddar Crossing up the inside, and Forever Better is still patiently fifth and about 3.5 off the lead. And they race on by 3/4 off a half of 56-1, and it is Love Party for now turning back. She's lawless. There goes Forever Better now from the backfield, and is out 4 wide. Is carried 3 wide. Don't Mess with Molly. 1:26-2 of the 3/4 time. Love Party. Forever Better on the outside is getting closer, and Cheddar Crossing is wheeled out now as the field turns for home for a Better and Love Party, and then it is now Don't Mess with Molly, and in the center of the track Cheddar Crossing, but it is Forever Better. Cheddar Crossing, Forever Better though, is better and wins it. Cheddar Crossing second, Love Party third, and then Don't Mess with Molly. 157-1, Forever Better. Sammy Filia with a patient drive, and then when he gave the word go, there was a lot of go there, Rob.
Yeah, it certainly was. You know what? It's probably a trip that was maybe more to her liking, right? I think she was trying to go forward last time off the switch, and one that you look at her lines up and down at Cal Expo, they're kind of ones where she makes middle moves or late moves, and today it was a late one, and no really real need for him to move any sooner because they were going pretty good up front, right? I mean, a lot of early action, 27-3 to the quarter, and even if you don't see a insanely quick, flashy time, it's still gonna be taxing because they were racing through basically the first half of that race. They were, and then of course She's Lawless gets left out there. Love Party drives on. That's going to likely end her chances as a winner. And a couple steps actually in the stretch for Forever Better. I mean, she got steppy again for a couple strides, but he straightened her down pretty quick. And then she put the steps in right there, and then she wins pretty handily, to be honest. So I was worried about Cheddar Crossing there, Gary, because that was another Robert Off angle. Horse I loved an Industry Day. Good second, though, this time around.
Yeah, and took a lot of money late, too, and did end up going at 4-1, but dropped down to about 8-5 as I saw them going in behind the gate. But Cheddar Crossing is one to keep an eye on because got off the gate really well and then still battled well.
Yeah, it was kind of a more aggressive effort this time around, right? That's kind of what I was hoping to see on Industry Day. Was trying to go forward from the 7-hole on that occasion, just didn't work out, and then had to go first over. This time around, much more involved off the switch. And again, you can expect to see a horse maybe, kind of get better the more, she raced under the care of a new trainer. John Pentland does wonderful things, obviously, and it looks like he's getting this one figured out. So Cheddar Crossing, good effort to be second, and one we'll definitely have on the radar for next time.
And Love Party raced reasonably well. This was also a case where we talk about the outside post. We're not quite as worried about it, but She's Lawless got the worst of things because of that outside post and the quick gate speed of Cheddar Crossing, and then Love Party moving also.
Yeah, you know what? I always say it. It's not necessarily, there doesn't have to be a tremendous amount of speed inside of you. If the horse directly beside you blasts off the gate and you've got an outside draw, it's going to be a long night, and that's what happened to She's Lawless there. I mean, she had no chance after that. To be honest with you, I thought Love Party raced fantastic because sticking around for third after going, kind of bridle to bridle with that one throughout, that's still a pretty good finish.
And back in front of us, the winner of race 1, number 4, Forever Better. 4-year-old Better's Delight Bay, Maryland, by Kenneth Seastrom. Blair Burgess, the trainer. Sammy Fillion, the winning driver. 4th win for Forever Better this year in lifetime. 157-1. First race payouts for Forever Better. 480, 360, 280. 5 Cheddar Crossing, 1040 and 450. 1 Love Party, 240. $2 Exactor, 30.90. Dollar Drive, 35.70. Dollar Super, 106.10. First race or finish from the top. 3, 6, 4, 1, 2, scratch 5. That's 3, 6, 4, 1, 2, scratch 5 on the bottom.
The favorite Forever Better gets home in the opening dash, so likely many are still moving forward in that early pick 5. But whether you are or not, it's time to jump in on the early pick 4, starting right here in race number 2. Guaranteed pool $2,500, low takeout 15%. There's my ticket. I don't stray very far from the pick 5 numbers. I mean, they're always typically going to be the same for me moving forward in this early pick 4. And it's going to singled up on the 5 here, the Great Reset. Very fond of this Chestnut tonight. He last time had no chance. Post 8, got away 9th off the gate. against a solid group as well. Was a winner before that. Raced very well in victory in Sarnia. I would say against probably a similar group, maybe slightly easier than this one tonight. I thought he might provide a bit of value. He's not right now. He's 4-5 on the board right now. I thought one like Light Chaos or Insanity would maybe vie for favoritism, but we're not seeing that at this point. The Great Reset signaled up for me in race number 2, 1, 2, 5, and 6 in race 3. 2-year-old fillies, non-winners of 1. Always a tricky race to handicap, but I'm going to go with those 4 and wouldn't begrudge anyone for hitting the all button, or obviously if you like one in there, trying to pare it down. It's a tricky event though, just 6 horses, but I think any one of them can end up coming out victorious in that dash. Race 4, the 1, 2, and 5. I like the 2, JK's Lifesaver, quite a bit. It raced really well first over last time against the boys in an amateur event. Brett McDonald this time around, and against Philly Mares again. Post 2, a lot of good things going the 2 JK's Lifesavers direction, but Snake Eyes Hanover speed from the pole position. I think we'll see that one get put into play off the gate tonight. And Fearless Sheila, just one that I think is worth maybe coming back to after that miscue just last week on Friday night. So it comes back on short rest and obviously looking for a flat line, but I also think can do some damage against that group. 1 and 3 in race 5. For me, I'll likely play some tickets singling the 3 Artie's Ideal as well. Just think this race kind of sets up nicely for him. We're going to probably see him go forward off the gate from post 3. Does not have to face the likes of the horse he's been seeing as of late in Pacino Hanover. The winner at Georgian Downs last time came back to be a real solid winner at Mohawk Park, so good form reference there. Also using the 1 Nighttime Dancer, just $4.80 for a 20-cent ticket for my early pick 4. We're going to look at Conley's ticket, and again, we know he loves the 1 Nighttime Dancer in race 5. That's his play of the night, as we saw on X with cashing with Conley. 3, 5, and 6 here. So again, the logical 3, I think. I mean, those are the ones that kind of stand out. And then for me, I pared it down to just singling the 5, the Great Reset, just thinking he's going to play Catch Me If You Can tonight. And then 3, 5, and 6 in race 3 as well. Again, I've got 2 of those on my ticket, but I don't mind the addition of the 3 Wicked Words. 3, 5, and 7 in race 4. So we're totally different. Me and Conley can't see race 4 any different than we do. I like the 1, 2, and 5. We share the 5, but he's got the 3 and 7 on his ticket as well. And then in race 5, he's all in on the 1 Nighttime Dancer, his best bet. $5.40 for a 20-cent ticket. But feel free to make your own ticket if you want to use some of our ideas. Great. If not, then good luck on the direction that you go in. But a couple of minutes to post for this second race with that early pick 4. Guaranteed pool $2,500. Low takeout 15%. Gary and I'll be back in just a few moments to take a closer look at race number 2.
field for the second on parade. One Malone, Brett McDonough for Mike Goddard, and Howard Kaufman of Bryn Mawr, and Joshua Kaufman. Number 2, Yank My Halo. Roger Mayo drives the train through just in time. Stable and Ben Boudry and RAW Equine. Number 3 is Like Chaos. Bruce Richardson for Joe Coffey. Number 4 is absent. There is 5, The Great Reset. Lauren House for Chantel Ruiz. And there is 4, Peter Crown. Travis Henry for Steve Watson. And note that number 6 is Insanity. Jason Ryan for Ben Hollingsworth and Mike Goldberg. Let's get right to discussing. Well, there's a look at 5, The Great Reset. Robert, let's look at this field, and we'll stay right there with 5, The Great Reset, because The Great Reset, post 8 last race here, didn't do much at all, but now drops a level. We've seen some monstrous things out of this one in the past. In fact, only 2 races ago had a monster effort at Sarnia. That was outstanding.
Yeah, it really was. It was an easy victory. I mean, 5 cents to the dollar. So it kind of speaks to, I guess really the drop down in class that was for the Great Reset, but that heart building win, right? I know you were fond of him July 29th here at the River, and trailing post made that break in stride. And a horse that I always think does his best work on the engine or close to it. He made a big recovery to be fourth. Only got beat a length in that race. So that was kind of the reason many probably jumped on him, getting that class relief a few days later, anyways, in Sarnia, and last time, of course, no chance. So to me now, this is a type of field that I think he can take gate to wire. He's got some really strong early foot off the gate. There's some other speed on here, but I think it can be his if he wants it. And I thought he might be a value player. I guess not even money. I honestly thought he might kind of vie for favoritism with Light Chaos and Insanity, but those two right now are second and third choice to the Great Reset in the betting.
I got a feeling he's even going down from even money, and yet it's a nice field, and there's some reasons to like Chaos from post position 3, and did miss time before that last start. It didn't go well, but you look down the page, and especially last year, made 105,000 last year as a 3-year-old with 9 wins and 23 starts.
Yeah, no, like Chaos to me is a real nice trotter and can do things on the engine as well. I mean, you see it right there at Mohawk Park. I mean, chopping them about 26-2, and then the 2-hole and 56 flat, and the start after that 27-2, 56-1. So this is a speedster as well. Tremendous 3-year-old campaign, not winning at the same clip this year, but I still think we're going to see this one kind of get better. It's tough to kind of make that transition from 3 to 4, right? So I think there's lots of room for Light Chaos to still have a successful 4-year-old campaign, and he's already got almost 55,000 made. So the key with him, obviously staying flat off the gate last couple of times over the Clinton last time on the smaller track. He made that break in stride early stages, and before that made the miscue at Mohawk Park and against a pretty tough middle condition class. So mine's his manners tonight, Gary. He can be right there at the wire.
Number 6, Insanity. Jason Ryan for Ben Hollingsworth. This is one that did have that rough outing here July the 29th, parked early. But all the other efforts, this one's been good.
Yeah, he's been great. I think he's had a really nice year overall. He's done good things at the raceway. He's done good things here at the River. And he's one that's hit the board with incredible frequency, right? He's got 14 on the board finishes and 24 starts and just 3 victories. But he's kind of a horse. I think he's raced well enough to say that he probably should have a few more victories in his back pocket than just those three. So 6 wins last year, so he's still he's halfway to that win total right now. Outermost post hurts his chances a bit only because to me, he does his best work on the engine. I still think he goes forward tonight. Not sure what the trip's going to look like. I mean, it could line up 5-6-6-5 depending on what like Chaos does, but again, Insanity is one you can never ignore.
Number two, Yank My Halo is getting some love, 4-1 on the board. You see the better post position for this start, and when this one gets up a little closer, you see a couple of starts recently where it wasn't up close and wasn't really a factor, but when getting closer in the early going, can be a player.
Yeah, exactly. The funny thing is, I mean, not that I would read too much into this because I mean they were kind of a long way back of the winners, but ended up beating the Great Reset last time, right? By a length or so. Again, I think that Yank My Halo is one that best strategy would be to leave out, just try to maintain position off the gate and sit as long as they can and see what kind of piece they can get. 7-2 to me is a bit of an underlay on a win ticket, but I do think that Yank My Halo is one you have to have in the exotics.
Well, and the Great Reset is holding right now at even money. We'll see what the final odds are, but I think we both think the Great Reset's the one to beat in here. Malone, Yank My Halo on the inside, like Chaos and Peter Crown, and to the outside, the Great Reset and Insanity. Field of six. The second dash on a marvelous Monday night as we are gathered at the river. It's a field of six for the second race. Into the backstretch, approaching the start. And the field is set. They started off, and the Great Reset makes a bobble and drops back a little bit at the start. And Insanity comes out quickly. Malone is second, like Chaos, Yank My Halo. Then Peter Crown, and the Great Reset has recovered and is racing second from last. And Peter Crown is trailing the field. Insanity at 8-1 has the lead now, and Malone is second, like Chaos is on the inside third. Yank My Halo, the Great Reset, and Peter Crown. And they race on past the opening quarter, 27-2. Insanity at 8-1 has the lead. Malone is second. Then it is like Chaos on the inside, and racing fourth is Yank My Halo. The Great Reset's going to come to the outside now of a 27-2 opening quarter. The field heads up towards the half, and trailing the field is Peter Crown. It is Insanity looking to pick up a second panel breather with Malone in tow in the pocket. Like Chaos is racing first up third, and the Great Reset is looming and getting a little closer and moving on the back of Like Chaos, who's providing live cover as now Like Chaos has come on to take over second. Insanity, Like Chaos, and the Great Reset after an early bobble now is only about 3 off the lead and still racing on the outside. Malone on the inside, about 3 from the front, and then it is Yank My Halo and back to Peter Crown of half of 56-4. They get by 3/4, and it is Insanity who leads onto that final turn. Like Chaos, 3/4, 126. Malone is third. The Great Reset, and it is Insanity and Like Chaos. The Great Reset still has work to do and is still following Like Chaos, and then it is Malone and Yank My Halo. They come on down the stretch drive. Insanity, Like Chaos, and the Great Reset on down the stretch drive. The Great Reset is closing, but on the inside, Insanity digging in. Insanity and the Great Reset. Insanity is going to hold on. The Great Reset was second. Like Chaos and Yank My Halo, 156-2. Insanity, I think, had an insane price, Rob. 8-1.
Well, it's definitely an insane price. There's no doubt about that. Like I said, I kind of pegged the Great Reset as maybe a value player. I was way off of what the odds and how they're going to bet this race. I thought we'd see a lot of support for Like Chaos and Insanity as well. I knew Insanity would likely be higher than that 8-5 morning line, but he's raced too well this year to not get more respect than that. And he is one that has all kinds of early foot. And I think if Great Reset does not make that miscue off the gate, obviously a totally different race. We likely see maybe that one win it. And they would have probably lined up 5-6-6-5 as I kind of thought the race might go. But at the end of the day, he made that break in stride, raced very nicely to still only get beat by a slim margin to Insanity. But no doubt about it, Gary, 8-1 in Insanity is insane.
Yeah, and after that early bobble, I'm sitting there thinking, I'm glad I have three horses in this pick five because I just might be able to get one that's not the 1 to 2 favorite.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's one of those things where, I saw when the doubles popped up that we're going to obviously see a real short price in the Great Reset, $9.20, whereas Like Chaos and Insanity both 21.70. So I don't think Insanity's 8 to 1 in the multi-leg wagers like the pick four and the pick five, but certainly he's a much bigger price than the Great Reset, and it is a significant knockout. But again, a horse that's done nothing wrong this season and even beyond that. And I see him, kind of bring it every single time he steps in the track. So another nice win for Insanity. Trainer Ben Hollingsworth with Jason Ryan aboard.
And Jason continues his recent hot surge, and Jason with another win here this evening on Insanity. 6532 Insanity. 6-year-old Muscle Mass Bay gelding by Michael Goldberg of Toronto. Ben Hollingsworth, the trainer. Jason Ryan, the winning driver. Fourth win on the year for Insanity. And 19th lifetime. 156 and 2. Ricky Bobby and Insanity scores in the second. The second race payout 6 Insanity. 1810, 450, 340. 5 The Great Reset, 240, 350. And 3 Like Chaos, $3. $2 Exactor, 40.50. $1 Try, 52.15. $1 Super, 98.90. Double of 4 and 6, 21.70. Second race order finish from the top 543621. That's 543621 on the bottom. Field for the third on parade one. Wickedly Smart, Anthony Hunt from Meg Crone and Tom Gillis. Number 2 is Lenny's Girl. Daryl Thiessen for Michelle LeBlanc and Donna LeBlanc. Number 3 is Wicked Words, Austin Story for Bill Budd and Hunt Racing. 4 is Scrunchy, Sammy Filia for Blair Burgess. Number 5 is Top Cut, Brett McDonough for Rodney Hughes and Alan Mitchell and Rosalie Denny. And 6, Dreamin' of the West, Scott Calder for Jeff Williams and Robert McIntosh Stables Incorporated and Al McIntosh Holdings and Martin Stables. It's a field of 6, race number 3. Let's get a look at this field. And while the odds were up on 6 Dreamin' of the West for much of the early cycle, but now the money has come. Dreamin' of the West has just had that one start here in the Prospect Series. Your thoughts on this one, your top choice?
Yeah, I mean, for me, Gary, I thought this is a pretty tough race overall. So there's not really, anyone I would really back at a short win price, anyways. But this is one that I think you've got to you respect. Last time out, really didn't have a whole heck of a chance the way the race unfolded. Got away 6th off the gate. Middle half was kind of on the slow side and ended up finishing 6th, just beating over 3 lengths. And obviously, a horse that you got to merit some respect just on bloodlines alone. 4 $100,000 siblings and a couple over $250,000, including Best Head West. So I like her chances in here. I think the uttermost post isn't that big of a concern. It's a short field and a lot of youngsters. We know some stuff can happen early. Maybe that would help her improve her position immediately off the switch. And I think right now, is tremendous value at 4-1, but we'll see where they end up.
Number 5, Top Cut, had 3 qualifiers before getting started and then one right off the shelf at Hanover with that first start. And then, a couple other starts where this one was in position but didn't finish the mile. But still, overall, Top Cut's got some positive there. Brett McDonough for Rodney Hughes.
Yeah, and I thought that her race on July 27th at Hanover, I thought she should have won that one. Panthermonium was the winner of that one, and got past her as well as another rival in the late stages. She kind of really shortened stride late in that mile, and then next time out, New Connections made a move to the lead. I thought maybe we're going to see her finish up a little stronger, and then 30-2 on the end of it, finished 5th, beating 3 lengths to Greystone Playgirl. Same race that Dreamin' in the West comes out of, a Prospect Series event. So what I like about Top Cut is the fact she does have tactical speed. She's shown a lot of flash off the gate. And this field, you look at top to bottom, obviously we don't really know what a lot of these are going to be yet, but she might be the pace setter again. And sometimes we know that can just kind of hold up in these types of dashes. So I think that the Top Cut merits respect. And right now, though, a race where I kind of said, it's difficult to kind of project how it ends up. We see 3 horses right now, favoritism at 5-2, and our longest price at 10-1. No surprise that it's kind of a race that even has the bettors guessing right now.
Number 2, Lenny's Girl is one we both used on our ticket, and you used for third. Just 2 qualifiers, but you watch all those qualifiers.
Yeah, no, it was one that I thought they were okay. I think that certainly good enough to be competitive against this group, and made kind of a move forward. I thought in the last qualifier before that was more forwardly placed. 59-3, 59 flat over the big track, but I think there's probably a little more in the tank on that too. Love Daryl Thiessen aboard. Now he was aboard for one of those morning preps, and again, this is a horse that has some siblings that have done pretty well. We've got 3 of them that have made over 163,000 each. So I think again, like this is a race where I wouldn't mind just getting behind a firster and taking a price on them. And I thought Lenny's Girl did enough in those qualifiers to merit respect in here.
And then down on the inside, one Wickedly Smart took a lot of action early and is still sitting as a co-favorite at 5-2. just one start, but tell me about that start.
Well, I mean, the thing is, I guess, Gary, the way you look at it is, it's a prospect series event, but kind of thrown, to a real tough group, right? Your first lifetime start, Century Lunar is a very nice horse who's even gone and had success at Mohawk Park. I mean, Century Lunar would be 1 to 100 in here if our parimutuel system allowed it. So I think you just kind of give her a pass on that one. And I thought that, she was okay, all things considered. And that looked like probably the toughest division of that prospect series that night. So every chance to kind of take a big step forward now, second, lifetime start. I mean, we see that out of the barn of Meg Crone as well. They sometimes get better each start they have. And another positive sign is that she's taken money right from the get-go tonight. I mean, first flash, she was the favorite. And now we're here, getting quickly approaching post time, and she's vying for favoritism at 5-2.
Number four, Scrunchy, has been taking a lot of money, and Sammy Fillion and Blair Burgess scored in the first with Forever Better. And, well, this one so far has had two starts and needs to be a lot better to be in contention, but a lot of action.
Yeah, I guess the thing we could say is, last time out, that's at Mohawk Park, so you don't want to read too much into getting beat by 22 and a half lengths. Start before that, just the way it kind of played out, it wasn't able to kind of get there, beaten just under 3 lengths of Dream Shot, who was one we were fond of on that occasion. So there could be a big step forward here for Scrunchy. I mean, also Connections already have a winner, so at the end of the day, that's sometimes a positive thing to try to build on. 3-1, way too short in my opinion, but that might mean we're going to see a big improvement for the Forest Crunchy.
It's a field of six for race number three. They're taking up their positions. Wickedly Smart and Lenny's Girl on the inside. Wicked Words and Scrunchy in the center. And the outside, Top Cut, Dreamin' of the West. It's a field of six, race number three. They're into the backstretch. And the field for race number three is at the start of the rough, and Wicked Words is going to come out with Scrunchy. Then it is Top Cut, Lenny's Girl, Wickedly Smart. Now Wickedly Smart takes fourth, and Lenny's Girl is fifth, and Dreamin' of the West is relaxed away, trailing the field. Wicked Words, 6-1 on the board, leads as they work on around the turn. Wicked Words and Austin Sorry, advantage 2 1/4. Scrunchy second, Top Cut is third. Wickedly Smart, then Lenny's Girl, and Dreamin' of the West, and they race their way off the turn, and the field comes on towards us, and right now Wicked Words with the lead. Scrunchy is positioned as second, then Top Cut is third, and is currently 3 1/4 off the lead. Wickedly Smart now is going to work on the outside, then Lenny's Girl, and Dreamin' of the West is still back trailing the field, 28-2 opening quarter, and they head up towards the half, and right now it is Wicked Words and Austin Sorry with the lead. Scrunchy is now up a little closer in the pocket, and Top Cut and Brett McDonald now is going to move to the outside, and Top Cut quickly comes on and is surging on the outside, and is now moved up and taken over second, and is bearing down on Wicked Words. Wicked Words and Top Cut. Scrunchy, Wickedly Smart, is situated second over. Then Lenny's Girl and Dreamin' of the West is still trailing the field. Top Cut has come on now and taken a lead of a half a length over Wicked Words. It is Top Cut. Top Cut, Wickedly Smart's about to take over second as they race their way by 3/4 1, 28-2. Top Cut, Wickedly Smart. And now from the backfield, Lenny's Girl is coming on. Scrunchy. And then it is back to Wicked Words, who shuffle back to fifth, and Dreamin' of the West is still trailing the field. It is Top Cut as they turn from Lenny's Girl. Top Cut on down the stretch rod, and Top Cut and Lenny's Girl. Top Cut keeps digging in. Top Cut, Lenny's Girl on the outside is closing. Top Cut looks for the finish. Top Cut is going to finish on top. Lenny's Girl was second. Scrunchy and Wickedly Smart. Top Cut victorious in 158-4. Little different tactics this time for Top Cut, and it worked out, Rob.
Yeah, it did. Certainly proved positive for Top Cut, who ends up going off as the co-favorite at 3-1. Again, a race where it was very difficult. Favoritism was 3-1. Longest price on the board, 6-1. So a very tricky race to handicap for everyone, myself included. And Top Cut is again a horse, Gary, that's been kind of front ending it and getting soft on the end of her miles. Well, this time around, she kind of attacked them, in the middle stages, forges to the lead. and then just seemed a little bit stronger to the wire this time around. I mean, you see Lenny's Girl kind of coming to her late, but never really in doubt of getting there. So Top Cut gets back to the winner's circle for the first time since that lifetime debut, July the 20th at Hanover.
Yeah, and Lenny's Girl is probably one we're going to hear from now because Lenny's Girl, two qualifiers and right away off the shelf was a closing second and probably could step forward into a second start.
Yeah, I like the way she raced. I really do. I think that was a solid effort for her. Obviously, first time out there, she's getting a bit of an education. She followed horses as well, and then kind of slingshotted off cover, and came forward nicely. So I think that Lenny's Girl, obviously 7-2 in her night, she took a lot of late action. I mean, she was I think 8-1 or so, maybe 7-1 in the last minute, but she took a lot of late support, and I think will likely even be a shorter price next time out.
When you look at the prices there, 3-1, 7-2, 4-1, and 3-1, tells you that fans just couldn't figure it out. I got away with using only two in the pick five, Dreaming of the West and Top Cut, and Dreaming of the West was a non-factor.
Yeah, never really in it. And we went to the back off the gate. I thought maybe we'd see a little more life off the switch tonight, and just was never able to make her presence felt. So she ended up going off as a I guess, third choice at 7-2. Never in it. But again, I think this race probably evenly bet too in the multi. So whoever you had to move forward with here, I think you're still looking pretty good after the Insanity knockout in race number 2.
And back in front of us is Top Cut, 2-year-old Shadow Play Bay filly by Alan Mitchell and Rosalie Dene, and Rodney Hughes is the trainer. Brett McDonald is the winning driver. It's the second win for Top Cut, 158-4. The third race payouts. 5 Top Cut, 823, 32, 52. Lenny's Girl, 450, 310. 4 Scrunchy, 280. $2 Exactor, 28.50. Dollar Try, 47.95. Dollar Super, 272.15. The third race, order finish, top down, 426315. That's 426315 on the bottom.
Farm of Canada is home to 9 exceptional stallions, including Beach Glass, the last great son of legendary sire of sires, Some Beach Somewhere. Also new in 2024, Lawless Shadow, an O'Brien Award winner for 2-year-old pacing colts and geldings. Double millionaire betting line, sire of 5 winners of over $400,000. Mick Wicked, the richest pacing stallion in harness racing history, and Hall of Fame inductee. Trixton, sire of 6 who have earned over $500,000, including O'Brien Award winner Evident Beauty. Also standing Archangel, Better Than Cheddar, Better's Delight, and My MVP. For more information, winbackfarm.com.
Fans, just a note in this fourth race, missing chart lines on 3 Miss Sophia Rose is Fourth beaten 2 1/4 in 156 and 3. So raced here on Friday. Fourth beaten 2 1/4, 156 and 3. Five Fearless Sheila made a break and finished seventh beaten 6 1/4, 157 and 2. So note the break in five Fearless Sheila. And number six Langley Sealster, sixth beaten 2 3/4, 156 and 4. Sixth beaten 2 3/4, 156 and 4 on six Langley Sealster. Those are three horses with missing lines here in the fourth race. Field on post parade for the fourth. One, Snake Eyes Hanover. Lauren House for Riley Simpson and Shenko. Number two, JK's Lifesaver, Brett Madonna for Alan Steves. And number three, Miss Sophia Rose, Jason Ryan for Mark Goddard and William Brown. Four's Anchor So Real, Travis Henry for Patrick Bissett. Number five is Fearless Sheila, Colin Kelly for Brett Lester and Caitlin Graham. Number six, Langley Sealster, Austin Sorry for Joe Pereira and Chelsea Pereira. And number seven, Cove Beach, Daryl Thiessen for Chris Hill. Let's get a look at this field for race number four, a field of seven, and we'll start with number two, JK's Lifesaver, 8-1 on the board, and one that was a winner at Sarnia, July the 27th. Last couple races didn't kind of work out as well, but still overall, JK's Lifesaver, one of the two that I used on the pick five, and I think JK's Lifesaver just might step up here with a good race now. Brett McDonald coming aboard for this drive.
Yeah, and I know you'd like this one on the amateur event, August 9th, Gary, and I thought she raced pretty good, all things considered, right? She got away third, win first over. Had Nello aboard, who's representing Canada right now in the Amateur World Driving Championships. He got a win on day one, so that's good to hear. But ended up fading back to fourth. I thought it was still a decent fourth overall. Now gets to go back against female competition at the same level. Brett McDonald aboard, and I thought it had been, kind of, rounding into pretty good form. That win at Sarnia certainly a big step in the right direction for this mare. Looks good on the track right now, and I can tell you anything close to the price she's offering right now, and I will be betting her to win because I think that's tremendous value. I thought she should be vying as one of the favorites in here. Again, to me, this is a great kind of spot for her after who she faced last time. I think we would take any price on Choreographer or About a Boy in this race. So JK's Lifesaver, one that I have on top. And I'm pretty fond of.
One, Snake Eyes Hanover. I did use this one on top, and almost got the job done last time up, beaten just half a length. And you see all those races at Sarnia. Well, you see all the races in Ontario, buddy.
Yeah, I do. I do watch pretty much every Ontario track and try to follow as closely as I can. Sarnia is one that I provide selections for, so I do watch every night there. Actually, a little humble brag. Last Saturday nights, my late pick 4 ticket on the broadcast there cashed. 20-cent ticket paid over $700. It was just a $9 bet. So sometimes it works out. It did on that occasion. Snake Eyes Hanover for me, inside speed, right? I think this horse, I always like when she kind of gets forwardly placed or even chops it out. I think if she does that tonight, she might be tough in here. And again, another horse that a bigger price than I expected at 9-2. I thought maybe it could be decided by the 1 and 2 in here, but they're both not taking the support that we're seeing for the 5, Fearless Sheila, who got bet last time.
And Fearless Sheila, we might as well get right there. Look, the missing line is making a break August the 16th, so that's something you have to take into account, just how aggressive Colin will want to be here with Fearless Sheila. This is one that was an 8-time winner last year, but it's been a different year for Fearless Sheila.
It has been, she was in a good spot too. Like she was she was angling to the outside, and I thought that, I said, okay, well, she took a lot of money in that event. She was second choice in the actual race, the vertically, right? She was second choice at 2-1, co-favorite actually at 2-1 to time weights and knowing the eventual winner. But she was heavy favorite in all the multi legs that were finishing. So I'm not surprised to see the support for her because obviously she got a lot of support on Friday night. Now she made that break in stride. I thought she was in with a chance on that occasion. And here we go tonight. She's odds on. But like you said, I mean, you're coming into this off a break in stride. So how aggressive will we see her be driven? But I would say she's probably going to get put into play because she's even money and taking money throughout the betting cycle.
Number 3, Miss Sophia Rose, is interesting to me. Went to Georgian Downs August the 10th. And this is not one that's been getting a lot of action. And they got bet down below even money in a winner's underclass and just romped with Jason Ryan. That start here Friday, 4th beaten 2 1/4 and 56-3. Now Jason Ryan back aboard. Miss Sophia Rose is 6-1.
Yeah, I love the fact you get reunited with Jason Ryan here. And, a horse I thought raced tremendous at Georgian Downs August the 10th. Didn't think, she raced all that bad Friday night. So I think 9-2 is about the right price. You got to get that at least if you're going to bet her to win. I'd say maybe even a touch or two higher than that because I do think that there's some horses in here that just merit a little more respect, and that'd be the 1, 2, and 5, in my opinion. So 4-1 right now. I think, again, in with a chance, probably needs the right kind of trip, though, to get her nose to the wire first.
Yeah, and the thing, that was the first win of the year, and yet was bet below even money, and did it the hard way. Came first up and won by almost 4 lengths, so it wasn't any kind of a cheap win. Miss Sophia Rose. And one more that we can take a look at here. Anchor So Real is one that I don't know what to make of. This is one that's been a reasonably effective mare, and then won August the 11th at Clinton, so you do see some decent lines.
Yeah, she's interesting. I mean, she's a horse that, to me, I always think even though her most recent win, she kind of forged to the lead in the middle stages. She's one that kind of, I think, is at her best when she kind of makes that one big move at them, which I guess she kind of did in that occasion. I just always kind of remember her doing it more later in the miles. She can get a little bit, I guess ill-gated at times, and she makes miscues. You see one in the card there 3 starts ago. Just 3 for 31 this year, but you can see she hits the board with frequency, right? Almost half her start, she's in the top 3. So another horse where right kind of trip, like if she's ever second over and there's some fractions to run at, she's the one you likely want to be behind, especially at a price like 9-1. So I don't think you can ignore her in the exotics. I've always kind of been fond of this one, especially in those types of wagers, right? Tries supers, because she always finds a way to kind of make that move at them at some point to get a piece of it.
Yeah, and maybe the overall speed doesn't compare, but then Clinton is not a 5/8 track and doesn't compare to the speed here.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's certainly much quicker here, and I think obviously she'll drop significant time getting on this surface.
It is a field of 7 for race number 4. Fearless Sheila right now, the 3-2 favorite. It's Snake Eyes Hanover, JK's Lifesaver on the inside. In the center, Miss Sophia Rose, Anchor So Real, Fearless Sheila. And to the outside, Langley's Sister in Cove Beach. It's a field of 7. It's the 4th dash. Field for the fourth race and a marvelous Monday at the river. Into the backstretch, gathering speed approaching the start. And the field for the fourth race is at the start of the rough, and Langley Sealster now sprinting out. JK's Lifesaver with Miss Sophia Rose, and on the inside, Snake Eyes Hanover is pressing on through still. Snake Eyes Hanover and JK's Lifesaver the top two now, and Snake Eyes Hanover and Lauren House tried to time the gate and was able to do it effectively. JK's Lifesaver is racing position to second, and now is going to take back and slide on into the pocket. Miss Sophia Rose has a seat on the inside third. Langley Sealster left, but now had to take back and get to the pylons, racing fourth, and is in front of Anchor So Real. Fearless Sheila is second from last and works to the outside, and then it is Cove Beach, and quickly popping out from third. Miss Sophia Rose wants to challenge first over and come up against Snake Eyes Hanover. Snake Eyes Hanover is rolling on the lead. JK's Lifesaver is getting a nice trip, and Miss Sophia Rose is grinding first over. Length and a half back. Langley Sealster on the back of Miss Sophia Rose, and Anchor So Real is fifth on the inside. Fearless Sheila outside sixth, and Cove Beach is trailing 57-4 halftime. Snake Eyes Hanover. Now there goes Fearless Sheila from the backfield and is coming on, and maybe one to fear now for Snake Eyes Hanover. Snake Eyes Hanover, Miss Sophia Rose, and Fearless Sheila has forged up into contention. JK's Lifesaver has dropped back a bit on the inside. Langley Sealster, Anchor So Real, and Cove Beach. Snake Eyes Hanover still game, three quarters, 126-4. Snake Eyes Hanover, Fearless Sheila, and then Miss Sophia Rose, and racing fourth is Anchor So Real. Snake Eyes Hanover continues on. Snake Eyes Hanover as they come on down the stretch drive now. Snake Eyes Hanover is stretching out the lead. Snake Eyes Hanover rolls to victory and wins it and takes it by four. Miss Sophia Rose, Anchor So Real, and Fearless Sheila 155-4. Snake Eyes Hanover used that inside position, Rob, to score the win. And it was interesting watching Lauren House be kind of careful and just easing up onto the gate and timing it, and then coming on through to get the early lead.
Yeah, it just shows you, right, that when we've seen the pole position have a lot of success early on this surface, and then it's kind of, dissipated a bit. We've seen those other spots like 4, 5, and 6 start to really rack up the victories. But that's what you can still do on this surface, where maybe you actually couldn't even do it on the half. He kind of timed the gate, but kind of pushed through, kind of delayed, and just kept accelerating. It looked like he might get looped by a couple horses. Well, he got looped by no one. He ends up putting them behind him. Langley Sealster kind of got the head jump off the gate on that one, and so did JK's Lifesaver. It didn't matter. He ended up putting them behind them, and was really a nice victory for Snake Eyes Hanover, and a horse too that, like I said, love this horse on the engine. I know she's had success from other spots, but she kind of swells up on the lead, and she certainly did tonight.
Yeah, and I thought it was really an impressive effort by Lauren House, how he just managed this horse and figured out how he wanted to approach getting the lead, but doing it without really, spending quite as much as you might just where just you're up on the nose, right up on the gate, and try to burst off of there.
Yeah, he kind of uses the 5/8 surface, right, to his advantage, and others got used up pretty hard, I think, off the gate. Langley Sealster, JK's Lifesaver, they're nowhere to be found at the end, and that's because they were really used hard in trying to get forwardly placed. Whereas this one, I don't think, she had to expend as much. But no, Lauren's I underrated driver, right? I mean, 275 this year rating and 53 victories coming into tonight, so. That's a great steer by Lauren, and again, I think he's very underrated.
And Fearless Sheila took a lot of action and did look smoother and had a burst, but just had too much work to do.
Yeah, it did. I mean, kind of a huge move that I thought maybe we were going to see her sweep right past. But yeah, you're right. Too much work to do, kind of flattened out. But again, it took so much money, 4 to 5 on the board. So we'll have to see where she ends up next. I mean, she's probably sitting on a big effort, but her racing style might just kind of keep getting the better of her.
Back in front of us, the winner of the fourth one, Snake Eyes Hanover, 4-year-old betting line by Merrill, Bashenko of Waterloo, Riley Simpson, the trainer, Lauren House, the winning driver. Third win this year for Snake Eyes Hanover, 7th lifetime, mile of 155-4. The fourth race payouts won. Snake Eyes Hanover 824.10, 280. 3 Miss Sophia Rose 770 and 360, and 4 Anchor So Real 510, $2 exactor 21.90, dollar try 56.40, dollar super 152.55. Fourth race, where we finish from the top, 1523467. That's 1523467 on the bottom. Field 4, race number 5 on parade 1. Nighttime Dancer Tyler Moore for Rod Boyd and a numbered company from Ottawa. Number 2, Capitano Italiano, Cullen Kelly for Nicky Comenia and Bruno Comenia. Number 3, Artie's Ideal, Sammy Filia for Robert Kyle Fellows in Hut Racing. And number 4, Beach Tour, is Brett McDonald for Mike Horner and RAW Equine. 5 is scratched. Number 6, Sports Line, Travis Henry for Patrick Bissett and Craig Parrott. Number 7, He's a Handyman, Mike Horner, drives and trains for Mark Horner. 8 is Lord Anthony, Jason Ryan for Ben Hollingsworth and Mike Goldberg. And 9 is Punches and Bunches, Garrett Rooney for Doug Schweitzer. It is a field of 8, race number 5. Let's get a look at this field. And Rob, 3-1 on Artie's Ideal. I'm shocked.
Yeah, I can't imagine that holding up. I mean, we see both the pick. Well, actually, all three: the pick 3, pick 4, and pick 5. Heavy favoritism in the direction of the 1 Nighttime Dancer and the 3 Artie's Ideal. So they're both going to take. They should both take a big hit before the word go here. And for me, I had to go with the 3 Artie's Ideal on top because he's been doing good things all season. 10 on the board, finishes at 16 tries, 3 victories. But you see who he's been racing against, right? I mean, Doc's Philly Cheese missed by a head to that one. July 22nd, we saw him come back to be victorious here. And I've actually got that one pegged as the best bet tonight at Mohawk Park. And that win over Kawartha Downs, obviously against probably a softer group pound for pound, but came right back with a couple of nice efforts after that. A 4th here and a 3rd at Georgian Downs in a race that was topped by Pacino Hanover, who was fantastic at Mohawk Park over the weekend. So I like Artie's Ideal. I think any kind of price close to this, and you could fire away on this one. And I think we're going to likely see him get forwardly placed and sit first or second throughout, and hopefully get his nose in the wire first.
Yeah, we know he can blast off the gate. He blasted from post 8 here on Industry Day. And look, likes that beat him, Sabal Ace and Ideal Perception and Magical Arthur, they would tower in this field as well. 1 Nighttime Dancer, Conley's play in here. Nighttime Dancer has got some serious cred. 25 starts, 64,000 this year, but not the back class of an Artie's Ideal, though.
No, that's kind of the big thing that I kind of couldn't really go in that direction over Artie's Ideal, and I think also too, a recent form that you see some quicker times there, and you see second to he's in control of the big track. That's the bottom condition though at Mohawk Park on June 24th, and you've also missed a week between starts coming into this. Now the effort on Industry Day in the preferred 2, that Artie's Ideal was actually 4th in. This one was 5th in. He had pace late. Like he was kind of looking for room, get to the inside, and I thought he raced okay, all things considered. Now you get pole position, like going to be much more forwardly placed tonight. So to me, clear player underneath. I look at this race as those two being the ones to kind of beat in here. But again, Artie's Ideal was not going against him on top.
Number 6, Sportsline, 7-2 on the board. He's got some back cred and a mark of 49-3, but he's been facing some softer spots. I mean, not real softer, but still maybe not quite the level of Artie's Ideal. But Sportsline's a legitimate pacer in his own right.
Yeah, the thing about Sportsline is, like you said it, right? He's got that back class. He was lightly raced, obviously, last year, just 12 starts, and then he came back off a long layoff this year, and he was a winner at Clinton off the bench. And then he's raced really well in each of his efforts since then. The only one you can really hold against him is that 9th place finish here. He went 26-2 to the quarter. He closely tended Hutt fractions before fading back to 9th in the Nowhere's 3,000 last 3 class. Raced well to be second last time to Reactor now, but I still kind of just put him behind the 1 and 3, and I think he's probably maybe a tad shorter than he should be on the win ticket right now. Good win 2 back, but like you said, I mean, Gascoigne Sunday's probably about a maybe a $12,000, $15,000 claimer at best. And I mean, these are much tougher in here. So, sports line on the ticket for me. I think 3 to 1 is probably a shade or two too short.
I want to talk about punches and bunches and also squeeze in some time to get the He's a Handyman. Punches and bunches, trailer post, but this is one that's been racing at Sarnia, and you've been seeing him be pretty darn fine and 12-time winner last year.
Yeah, raced incredible in each of his last two. He really did, and really all of his efforts recently have been good, but those two in particular, first over a long way against Don't Touch My Truck, just missed to that one, and then came right back when first over against Cheddar Bay and got up for the victory. Punches and Bunches might be able to work out a kind of a sneaky trip here from the trailing post. I think an overlay right now at 14 to 1, a horse that I'm kind of looking at as one to use everywhere in the high five to maybe boost the value of the ticket.
You know, a horse that's a big overlay. He's a handyman at 25 to 1. Look, the last three races aren't great, but you look further down the page, you see this one's able to race pretty competitively against tougher than here.
Yeah, I've always liked He's a Handyman. A big number right now, 25 to 1. If the race falls apart on the engine, he's the one that might be trying to pick up the pieces. So, yeah, Gary, listen, I love the horse, 25 to 1, worth a few bucks to flyer.
Well, right now, Artie's Ideal is the 2 to 1 favorite, as the money did come for Artie's Ideal. Nighttime Dancer, Capitano Italiano on the inside. Artie's Ideal, Beach Tour, Sports Line in the center. The outside, He's a Handyman. And Lord Anthony, second tier, Punches in Bunches. Field of 8 for race number 5. Right now, Artie's Ideal just late moving in behind the gate, and now Artie's Ideal and Semifilios in position and comes blasting through. Also coming up, Beach Tour and Sports Line, and it is Sports Line to the outside, Artie's Ideal on the inside, and then third, Beach Tour racing fourth. He's a Handyman, Nighttime Dancer, Capitano Italiano, Punches in Bunches, and Lord Anthony, and Sports Line sports the lead over Artie's Ideal, but Artie's Ideal is going to come back around now. Artie's Ideal is going to come back and loop Sports Line as they race off the turn. Beach Tour is racing third. He's a Handyman is forwardly placed fourth as they race off the turn. 27-second opening quarter, and it is Artie's Ideal. Sports Line. Beach Tour is racing position third. He's a Handyman is right now fourth in front of Nighttime Dancer, Capitano Italiano. Punches in Bunches and Lord Anthony of a 27-second opening quarter. Now Artie's Ideal will look for a second panel breather. They work up to the half. Sports Line sports a good trip in the pocket and is betted 2 to 1. Beach Tour is third. Then He's a Handyman on the inside, and Nighttime Dancer is now waltzing on the outside and moving up. And then Capitano Italiano, Punches in Bunches, and Lord Anthony. And popping out from third comes Beach Tour, 55 to halftime, 28 and 2 third panel. Artie's Ideal, Beach Tour, then Sports Line still getting a trip. Nighttime Dancer is second over fourth, and He's a Handyman is on the inside. Then Capitano Italiano and Punches in Bunches and Lord Anthony. It is still Artie's Ideal. Beach Tour on the outside, though, pestering Artie's Ideal. Sports Line's been getting a trip. Nighttime Dancer, He's a Handyman, and Capitano Italiano on down the stretch where they come. Artie's Ideal is still game. Artie's Ideal, Sports Line up the inside. Artie's Ideal, Sports Line, and Beach Tour. Artie's Ideal is game to the finish and wins it. Then Beach Tour, Sports Line, Nighttime Dancer is in a photo with Capitano Italiano for fourth. 152 and 1. Artie's Ideal dug in sharply to the finish, was being chased, but he flashed his ability and back class there, Rob.
Yeah, he certainly did. You know what? I'll be honest. I think 2 to 1's a pretty good number on Artie's Ideal here. To be perfectly honest, like it's one of those things where you look at the pick five. He's $67. Next closest one's $81. Then Sportsline jumps up to $314. So I think that yeah, I think that this is the race kind of went exactly the way I thought it would. I mean, loved what he did behind the gate. Kind of gapped at the gate, but he timed it. I mean, he wanted to get away with the lead, obviously released Sports Line, then came back around and was good to go against this group. He's raced fantastic, I thought, pretty much all season, and probably another horse that 3 for 16 is probably not really fair to his efforts. So good to see him get to the winner's circle today for his fourth victory of the year.
A horse in this race that probably deserves more respect than we gave was Beach Tour, and Beach Tour 7-2 on the board, and worked hard in there.
He did. No, Beach Tour has been racing great. This is a horse I actually remember last time was one of my plays of the night to kick off the card, and did so in fine fashion. Went all the way on the engine. In now winners of 3,000 last three. This time around, like you said, Gary, I mean, first up a long way, does a lot of work in that race, and probably another one that deserved a better fate, right? I mean, raced tremendous in defeat to be second at 7-2.
Well, and Sportsline, we mentioned the class, a nighttime dancer was a little further back on the inside, and Capitano Italiano. So I think the top five are the ones that we might have thought ultimately.
Yeah, I mean, that's the logical horses. I mean, if you look at the horses that actually got overlooked and went off at double digits odds, it was the ones that missed the ticket, right? The 7, 8, and 9. And these are the inside numbers with the scratch of the 5 Cheddar Bay. So kind of logical the way it played out. But again, Artie's Ideal at 2-1, I think ended up being an overlay. I was surprised he wasn't taking more support throughout the betting, and this is one that actually he stayed at a good number.
Well, pretty strong connections. Both Sammy Fillion and Robert Kyle Fellows are having very good years.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely connections you can bet with confidence, and Artie's Ideal certainly came to play today.
Mile of 152-1. Artie's Ideal, it's a 3-4-6-1-2, and Artie's Ideal, 8-year-old American Ideal Bay horse, owned by Hut Racing, trained by Robert Kyle Fellows. Sammy Fillion, the winning driver. Fourth win this year, 28th lifetime. Artie's Ideal, 152-1. The fifth race payouts: 3 Artie's Ideal, $6.90, $3.60, $4, 4 Beach Tour, $4.50, $3, and 6 Sportsline, $3.10. The dollar win for $385.35. Dollar pick 5, $341. Dollar high 5, $237.55. $2 exactor, $22.40. Dollar try, $27.90. Dollar pick 3, $44.50. the fifth race. Order of finish from the top down: 4512, scratch 3, 786. That's 4512, scratch 3, 786 in the bottom.
Five races in the books and a big effort from the three Arties. Ideal in race 5, that top condition class for Pacers. Real nice race there too by the Fort Beach Tour and even Sportsline. It was a good dash overall in race number 5. That takes us now past the midway point of this card, and that's beautiful Laura Sky in the background, brought to you by our wonderful broadcast team here at Grand River Raceway. And it's time for the late pick 4. Now, no late pick 5 tonight, just 9 dash on the card. So race 6 starts that late pick 4, low takeout 15%. There's a ticket that I've mapped out there, and I kind of looked at this sequence, and it was one that I was really fond of when I was working on this card. And the 3 and 4 here to kick it off. The 3, Grateful, I thought, has raced tremendous in each of his last 2 since going to the barn of Marie Helene DuPont. And last time, just second best to Locatelli, but clearly the best of the rest on that occasion. My choice on top here, the 4, Marvin Hagler, one you have to have. I mean, he's capable of stepping up with like a preferred type victory at any time. And this is a notch below that. So 3-4 to kick it off here in race number 6. Just the 5, Vendetta Blue Chip in race number 7. This could be a first-time starter for Millar Farms and trainer Mike Bishop. Jason Ryan aboard. I thought the qualifiers were pretty good, all things considered, and 28-2 on the end of it last time, and against Alexa Chantilly. I mean, Chantilly is an absolute monster. So I like, maybe even love the 5 Vendetta Blue Chip now in a 4-horse field in race number 7. 1, 3, 4, and 5 in the 8th race. Kind of a tricky-looking event there. Going 4 deep, giving the edge to My Last Kiss, but kind of got a perfect trip last time. So might be one you want to fade if it's at a shorter price. But for me, 1, 3, 4, and 5 kind of spreading out in that 7-horse field in race number 8. 1, 2, 6, and 7 on the end of it. Raz and Jazz gets back here to Grand River. We've got a couple of Anthony Beaton horses, Halva Hanover and Wicked Weather. They both have pretty good credentials coming into this. And Suntan City is one that I'm leaving off, but I think is going to take some money in there as well. So I think the odds board is going to kind of be everywhere in that race, and we might see it kind of get spread around. Might be one where it's tough to determine who the favorite's going to be until the last bell, and I'm just going to go with the 1, 2, 6, and 7. Also, Mono Series for Gary Murner. Horse that comes up north of the border and looks like she should be more than competitive against this group, maybe at a price, especially in the multi. So 1, 2, 6, and 7 for me. And then that final leg, $6.40 the cost of my ticket. We're gonna look at Conley's ticket real quick. Conley, again, we'll see we spending here in this late one. A lot more conscious on the budget for Conley here in this late pick 4, 1-4 here in the opening leg. No Grateful, so we're not seeing eye to eye tonight, me and Conley. We're not seeing things the same way at all. I like Grateful a lot here. He's got the 1-4, 1, 2, 5, and 6 in race number 7. So ends up with an all now in there. 3, 4 in race number 8. We're on the same page there. Just the 2 in race 9 on the same page there. Halva Hanover is one that I think you got to respect in there. Post relief, class relief, the whole bit. And he's going to single up on that Anthony Beaton trainee in the finale. $3.20 for a 20-cent ticket for Conley. You got a minute or so to map out your winning wagers for this late pick 4. Again, the takeout's always low, 15%. Gary and I will be back in just a few minutes to take a closer look at race number 6.
Field for race number 6 on parade. One Eternally Hanover. Ryan Rush for Amanda Fine. Number 2 Cadillac. Scott Culliver, Shane Barrington, and Sylvain Cote, and Robert Bernicke. Number 3 Grateful, Jason Ryan for Marie-Helene DuPont, and CSL Stable and Gar Racing. Number 4 is Marvin Hagler. Brett McDonald for Mark McQuarrie and Mary Pedden. And number 5 is Fly Beyond, Anthony Hunt for David Fried and Numbered Company from Aurelia. And number 6, Cameron Hanover, Daryl Thiessen for Camila Christoforou and Charlemos Christoforou. Field of 6. Race number 6. Let's get a look at this field, and we'll start with number 2, Grateful, and one that was great here August the 5th. And last race, pretty good second because Locatelli was a monster in there.
Yeah, Locatelli was a monster in there. He's actually just going posted right now at Mohawk Park, obviously in a tougher spot, getting back on the big track. And yeah, the 3 Grateful here, Gary, one that I'm very fond of because that victory against Mac Allen on August the 5th on Industry Day was tremendous. I mean, that rival was a heavy favorite. Tracked that one kind of from the 3-hole, then was second of the stretch and got past that one before the wire in 54 flat. Came right back to that same time last time, second to Locatelli, clearly the best of the rest, and I think has really kind of moved forward nicely for new connections. So 2-1 right now on the odds board. I think that's kind of a fair price too, all things considered, and my choice on top here.
And Marie-Helene DuPont's barn has been good of late. Jason Ryan's been on a roll, so the connections are working fine. And at 2-1, probably not going to go up from there, or at least not substantially. Number 4, Marvin Hagler is, despite that last race at Georgian Downs, one that's in here with a good puncher's chance.
I think so. And really, what chance does he have in that race, right? He gets away 8th off the gate from post 7, 28-4, 58-2. Track seemed a little bit slow that night, that's for sure, over at Georgian Downs. So you're not going to make up ground in there, and he's never going to be able to make his way into the race. Before that, a good third here. Ended up kind of getting unlucky in that race, had a horse stop in front of him, kind of dragged him out of it, came back to be third. I thought, maybe could have got the victory in the Vic Hader at Clinton, ended up being second to Charmbo Prince there. But other than that, I mean, his body of work, I mean, it speaks for itself, right? 21 wins, 167,000 made, and this year, 10 top 2 finishes. So he's a horse that has a nose for the wire and is certainly never too far away from it. My main player underneath.
Yeah, the track was a bit slow, kind of like the Georgian Downs announcer. Number 6, Cameron Hanover. People are saying, oh, is he picking on the announcer? Figure it out. Cameron Hanover has lots of back class, 4-1.
Yeah, certainly does. Cameron Hanover is one that you're looking at it here and saying, okay, well, how does it map up to this race? I mean, well, first of all, was third in that same race that Marvin Hagler comes out of, but obviously was more forwardly placed in it. So that pace disadvantage that Marvin Hagler experienced really wasn't affecting Cameron Hanover all that much. Ended up being a decent third to Chulo on that occasion. And I mean, he's just, to me, he's got 24 lifetime victories, but in recent years, he's just camera shy, and that's kind of playing out this year. 0 for 14, 8 on the board finishes, 4 for 24 last year. He's a horse that I think really his ability, should kind of have him racking up more victories. But over 500,000 made in his career. He's obviously one that gets dangerous with the right kind of trip, but I like him underneath the exotics.
I decided to go on top with him, even though I agree that he's a bit camera shy. But, Chulo was just outstanding. I mean, he was on fire. And so beating 3.5 to that one is no disrespect, no problem. And Mercutio has actually been good, too. So Cameron Hanover, yeah, I think I'm just taking a shot here on one because I thought that Grateful and Marvin Hagler, they just jumped off the page too much at me, and I wanted to try to have a different look at it here. Cameron Hanover, I would have liked to get a little more than 3-1, but he's got the class.
Yeah, I agree. That's the thing about him, and again, a horse that I find that when he gets that right kind of trip, he really becomes dangerous, right? So it comes down to what the trip scenario is going to be, for him. And again, with the right kind of journey, I think he can be right there at the wire. That's why he's 7-2 right now. Right, another race where I mean the betting public's having a tough time distinguishing who to go to on top. Three horses right now sitting at 5-2.
Number two Cadillac is in a tougher spot here and dropped down the last couple of races and really got rolling. This is one Shane Barrington sends up for a second start, and last time out he was on fire, and he can get on fire. If you look at the his last two wins, they were both front end efforts, and he just romped around this track last time out.
Yeah, he did. No, he was electric on that occasion. That was first start Shane Barrington. Now going to be second start for that conditioner, and I think we might see good things again from him. Now this is a big step up in class, right? Skipping over that middle class, that now was the 3,000 last three, right to the top condition against some horses that kind of dabble in the preferred. Throughout the season. So big step up, but might be this is the right kind of trip.
And a quick thought, we should touch on Eternally Hanover because Amanda Fine often sends out very fine ones, but this is one you see a lot of X's on the dance card and has been off a while.
Yeah, listen, nice horse. I'm a big fan of this horse, big fan of the barn too. But the problem for me is those X's, and I kind of want to watch one time here at the river before I'll jump in. So took a lot of early support, but I do want to kind of just tab this one this time out.
It's a field of six for the sixth race, and right now Marvin Hagler, the 2-1 favorite. Eternally Hanover Cadillac on the inside. Grateful, Marvin Hagler in the center, the outside. Fly Beyond and Cameron Hanover. Field of six. Race number 6. And the field for the sixth race is in position. They're at the start and they're off, and Grateful, Marvin Hagler, Cameron Hanover, then Eternally Hanover and Cadillac, and Fly Beyond is trailing the field. Grateful and Jason Ryan with the lead. Marvin Hagler still 3 wide and now forced to take back to find a seat as Cameron Hanover. Eternally Hanover is third, and Cameron Hanover, after leaving a bit, now has to take back and is fourth on the inside. Then it is back to Cadillac and Fly Beyond, and it is Grateful and Jason Ryan who's got the lead. 27-2 is the opening quarter. Marvin Hagler is punching along in the pocket, and Eternally Hanover is third. Cameron Hanover is racing fourth as they work on past us, and then it is Cadillac and Fly Beyond. Of a 27-2 opening quarter, it is Grateful who looks for a breather. Grateful's on top and leads Marvin Hagler, and Eternally Hanover is going to step to the outside now, coming first up, and Cameron Hanover is going to follow Eternally Hanover. Then up the inside is Fly Beyond, and Cadillac is trailing the field. 57-2 halftime, and Grateful 1-2 on the boards got the lead. Eternally Hanover on the outside is getting a little closer. Marvin Hagler, Cameron Hanover is situated second over. Fly Beyond on the inside, and Cadillac, but Grateful continues to march on the lead of a 57-2 halftime, and Grateful, Eternally Hanover on the inside. Marvin Hagler, and Cameron Hanover is going to pop out 3 wide right now, and Cameron Hanover is flashing some speed and is moving. 1:26-3 the 3/4 time. Grateful's got the lead as they turn for home. Cameron Hanover chasing it now. Here comes Marvin Hagler off the trip. On down the stretch drive they come. It's Grateful, Marvin Hagler, Cameron Hanover. Grateful digging in. Grateful is game. Grateful was great and wins it. Then second is between Marvin Hagler and Cameron Hanover, and then Fly Beyond. 1:56-1. Grateful, Roberts.
Grateful's been racing really well, Gary. Like 1-2. Geez, that was a huge late hit. I mean, I was kind of getting excited at maybe 5-2, and then 2-1. I said, okay, we'll still take that, but down to heavy favoritism. But you know what? At the end of the day, the way this horse has been racing, kind of deserved it. You know what I mean? Like that victory, like I said on Industry Day, very impressive. Last time out, way better than the line looks. That effort. Second to Locatelli, who finished second to Explosion tonight at Mohawk Park. That race literally just went right before this one did, so the form reference was kind of hard to gauge because it happened so quickly. But Grateful has just been turning out big efforts since moving to the barn of Marie-Helene Dupont. And you know what, had been racing good before that, but has raised his game, I think, exponentially recently, and gets along well with Jason Ryan as well. Did everything right tonight on this horse, and gets rewarded with another victory.
Yeah, and look, I mean, Grateful just was so much in there, really strong. 1-2 is such a low price. I mean, I took a flyer, and Cameron Hanover did give you that burst, but still was third at 6-1. Marvin Hagler raced well, got the trip, but there was no catching Grateful.
No, there wasn't. And Cameron Hanover just missed a second, right? I mean, Marvin Hagler, perfect 2-hole trip. Like I said, I still think he's kind of not, at his absolute best right now. Like I think he's a horse that has been racing well, but when he's the way he can be, at his A game, he would have probably challenged Grateful right to the wire there. This time around, he does fend off Cameron Hanover, but Cameron Hanover got used pretty hard early and then had to take back. So that's a big effort for him. It really is. I mean, he finishes third, but it was a pretty well meant third for Cameron Hanover. And of course, Fly Beyond tries to help out the superfecta, right, Gary? You got to get a price on there somewhere. Fourth at 35-1.
Well, Grateful was great and is the winner and back in front of us. Grateful. Jason Ryan, the winning drive, a 5-year-old Triumphant Caviar. Brown Gelding, CSL Stable owns, along with Gar Racing. Marie-Helene Dupont is the trainer. Jason Ryan with a driving double. It's this third win this year. Ninth for Grateful, 156-1. The sixth race payouts. 3 Grateful, 310, 240, and 210. 4 Marvin Hagler, 370, 256. Cameron Hanover, 270, $2 exact rate, $10 try, $9.85 super, 26.35. The sixth race for a finish in the top, 651243. That's 651243 in the bottom.
Hey kids, do you like to write stories or poems or draw pictures of horses? We're running 2 contests from now until August 31st with a total prize money of $3,500. For the Youth Literary Derby, Ontario students in grades 3 to 8 can submit either a short story or a poem with standardbred theme. Poems and stories are judged separately. If you like to draw, then the Youth Art Derby might be for you. This one is open to students in grades 3 to 12, and you can do a drawing or a sketch of anything standardbred related. Check out our website for more inspiration and more information, bgracingalliance.ca.
Field for the seventh on parade. One Beach Games. Travis Henry for Francis Dumichel and John Enright. And John Enright. And John Enright. And John Enright. Number 2 is I Dream of Jeannie. J.B. Renault for Julie Walker and Leonard Campbell. And number 5, Vendetta Blue Chip, Jason Ryan for Mike Bishop and Miller Farms. Number 6 is Fun A, Jay Harris driving for Mike White-Nieski and Susan McKeegan. Field of 4 for race number 7, so a compact field, Rob. So I kind of think that early speed is going to be crucial here because you can kind of get left alone on the lead in a compact field. Vendetta Blue Chip makes a first career start, but you did go with one of the 3-year-olds here against Beach Games. My top pick, the 2-year-old Vendetta Blue Chip, Jason Ryan.
Yeah, $52,000 yearling purchase, and the thing is that this horse is scheduled to make debut July 22nd, and then ended up getting scratched out of that one there. I thought both qualifiers were good. I mean, July the 9th, winner over No Partners, and I thought was not close to being all out on that occasion. And last time ends up finishing fourth to a trio of real solid horses. The winner was Chantilly, who is a 2-year-old filly, but one that's just absolutely lighting the world on fire right now. She's a monster. It was just over 6 lengths away from that one. Beat Tricky Wiki. Tricky Wiki's won 3 in a row in the grassroots. So I like Vendetta Blue Chip here. In fact, I kind of love her. 5-1 right now. That's pretty wild. But 4-horse field doesn't help betting purposes, for her. But I mean, at that price, it certainly does.
Yeah, and look, my top pick 1 to 2. I do actually think she's the one to beat in here. Yeah, she's the 2-year-old against 3-year-olds, but gate speed, the inside, and it sets up well for Beach Games or whoever makes the lead. I really think this is one of these races. Whoever can pop off the gate and grab the lead can probably just get things all their own way because, well, nobody really wants to sacrifice when you're not worried about getting stuck on the inside. And yeah, I just think sometimes when you get these short fields, you get a soft second half and then it can be over.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, we see these short fields that kind of become, driver races. Kind of becomes, a strategy race, right? And who can kind of navigate the fractions and maybe steal a panel, stuff like that. And the front end sometimes doesn't get really challenged all that much. And look, I loved Beach Games last time. If you remember, I couldn't believe the price we got on Beach Games last time. I thought raced very deceptively good on Industry Day, fourth in that race to Wayward Blue Chip. And then last time out, different tactics, pushed out of there right to the lead and had a healthy margin throughout before getting the job done over Fun A. So Beach Games, I think, is in with a big chance here. And I think we're going to see this one likely get forwardly placed again. And like you said, maybe get easy fractions on the engine. But I think Vendetta Blue Chip's going to have something to say about that, maybe even off the gate.
Yeah, and Beach Games does show that 27 1/4. And, well, we'll see because now with only 4 on the gate, really it's just going to be a quick snap to see. Look at number 2, I Dream of Jeannie, is one that, you got to give some credit to. The trailer post was beaten only 2 in that one and came out last time out. And did close late to pick up a third. So I Dream of Jeannie. Jay Bruno, Julie Walker, they've been getting some things done of late.
Yeah, absolutely. And I Dream of Jeannie could not have got a more kind of troublesome trip for that race. And Athleta was a winner on the engine. This one got away last off the gate and opted to kind of stay inside and try to look for room. And it probably wouldn't have worked out anyways going wide in that dash, but ended up being a good third. Split horses late to be third as the favorite. Disappointed as a favorite, but it was a good effort. I mean, again, I would say current odds, value on the boards, I Dream of Jeannie. She's the longest shot on the board. She's 5-1, and she's been trending in the right direction, for her connections who have been having a lot of success lately. So, yeah, I would say I mean, I love Vendetta Blue Chip in here, but if you're looking for a value player, it's definitely I Dream of Genie right now. It's 6-1.
And the thing with I Dream of Genie, when you look down the left column, the opening quarters, that start July the 8th from post 7, 27 and 1/4, popped off the gate pretty sharply, paid for it a little bit in the late going. And that June 10th start here, this is one that raced pretty darn well for a first career start to finish second to Swift Talker. So I Dream of Genie, the much better value play at 5-1. And JP Renault, Julie Walker, they scored a nice one from post 8 for you, scored at a price for you that shouldn't have been a price in Friday night. You stole some money there.
Yeah, smoking hot, dude. Listen, I was having some fun talking about that race over the course of the weekend because, again, a horse that I thought should have been, probably backed pretty heavily, ended up going up as an overlay, and like I said, these connections owe me nothing right now because I've been doing very well with that horse from their barn.
I forget, you said overlay. What was the price?
8-1.
Yeah, that's more than an overlay. You stole some money. Vendetta Blue Chip, your top pick here. We better get to number 6, Funny, because Funny, that's one you've been liking a lot, but just hasn't gotten the picture taken yet.
No, and I just think obviously now we're down to a 4-horse field in here, but I looked at this race and just thought it's kind of a tough makeup I thought for Fun A because we saw Getaway in the 2-hole Industry Day, first start in Ontario and really raced well to be second away with Blue Chip. Then last time out, I thought it turned in a real solid effort to be second at Beach Games, but now you have like one like Vendetta Blue Chip come into the mix here who again, pretty strong connections. Relatively pricey yearling at $52,000, and a couple of good qualifiers. Even though there is a scratch to sickness scattered in between those, so I just thought that again it was a 6-horse field initially. I didn't have her pegged for last; I had her pegged for 4th. But now that ends up being the last spot. I still think we'll see her probably hit the winner's circle at some point, maybe tonight even. I mean, this is a race where again anything can happen in a 4-horse field, but. I'm very fond of Vendetta Blue Chip, who now goes down to favoritism, Gary, at 6-5.
And obviously, you saw the two qualifiers at Mohawk, and the latter of those two was coming on pretty gamely, 28-2. And in fact, that first one too, July 9th, was also a very fine qualifier.
Yeah, they were both great, and both times, again, under probably a strong hold I'd say in each of those. She was losing ground last time, but keep in mind she's losing ground to Chantilly. I mean, Chantilly would be 1 to 1,000 in here, even a 2-year-old against older horses. It wouldn't matter. She's a complete monster. So yeah, I like her in here. Vendetta Blue Chip, best bet of the night, 6-5. Obviously wanted a better price, but the scratches didn't help.
Well, it's funny. It's a field of 4, and I'm actually very interested to see how this unfolds, especially right at the start. We'll see. Beach Games has that inside. I Dream of Genie and Vendetta Blue Chip are the two in the middle, and to the outside, Fun A. It's a field of 4, the 7th dash on a marvelous Monday night at the river. Field for the 7th race. He is at the start and they're off, and I Dream of Genie, Beach Games, Fun A has gone off stride. Vendetta Blue Chip is 3rd, but I Dream of Genie was able to blast out at 5-1 and get the lead. Beach Games is racing 2nd. Then it is now Vendetta Blue Chip 3rd, and Fun A is racing 4th, and it's I Dream of Genie at 5-1 and JB Renault, who quickly grabbed the lead over Beach Games. Vendetta Blue Chip and Fun A, they race up to the opening quarter, and it is I Dream of Genie, and Beach Games is going to pop out right now and wants to come on and grab the lead, and Beach Games is going to surge up over I Dream of Genie. 28-1 opening quarter. Beach Games leads by a couple. I Dream of Genie. There goes Fun A on the outside, and Vendetta Blue Chip and Jason Ryan is still relaxed back there trailing the field, and now Fun A wants to pounce against Beach Games. Beach Games, Fun A had to be steadied on the turn there for a second. It's Beach Games and Fun A on the outside. I Dream of Genie's racing 3rd, and then Vendetta Blue Chip is racing 4th, and it is Beach Games. Even money on the board, and now is going to try to let it out a notch and bottom out the field. Beach Games is surfing on the lead, and racing second is Funny. I Dream of Genie. Vendetta Blue Chip has to pass three to win, and the half was 57-3, and they head on up to three quarters. Beach Games, and now I Dream of Genie is trying to close the gap. Vendetta Blue Chip has kicked in, but has a lot of work to do, and Funny is back to trailing. 126 and 1 3/4. Beach Games leads by 4. I Dream of Genie, Vendetta, Blue Chip, and Funny, and they turn for home on down the stretch drive they come, and Beach Games continues to surf. Beach Games on down the stretch drive. Surf is up, and Beach Games is enjoying it. Beach Games and now slows it to finish, but it doesn't matter. Vendetta Blue Chip came on. I Dream of Genie third, and Funny fourth. 156 and 2. Beach Games got that lead and then really actually kind of flaunted the ability there. This 2-year-old was very fine, Rob.
Yeah, no, she certainly was. I mean, she went out there and again, kind of, it didn't go, I guess, exactly as expected. The race, Funny makes that break off the gate. We got Adrian on top to begin with, but I mean, we knew Beach Games was going to remove at some point. Even money and off that effort last time, we're like going to see that one get put, to the lead. In the early stages, does exactly that. For me, Vendetta Blue Chip, I don't know. I guess just ended up a little too far out of it. Closed up nicely there. Gets a pretty good education in the first start of her career. And I'm looking at the exact probables right now, Gary, and wishing maybe I boxed some things here because somehow a 1.5 is $19, but in a 4-horse field, according to what I'm reading here, which is pretty wild. I didn't dream in a million years that Vendetta Blue Chip would be worse than second in there, and just kind of ended up being the trip that I think maybe held her back. So we'll see next time, what that one can do. But Beach Games obviously tough to beat tonight, and Vendetta Blue Chip maybe ended up with the best spot she could have got anyways.
Yeah, and it didn't even really go quite the way I thought in this sense of getting a breather because 57 and 3 is an honest fraction. I thought maybe you'd steal a soft half, but it really didn't matter for Beach Games because there was a lot there.
Absolutely. Yeah, it didn't really matter. I mean, and Funny went on the attack, right? Obviously, makes that break and behind the gate, and then has to kind of get back into the race somehow. So makes that first over move at her, and didn't really give her a chance to kind of get any soft panels. And Beach Games just kind of kept on going. And I mean, again, what we saw from her last time. And this time out, she goes up against a short field and she gets it better than, but like not the way those short fields usually go, where it's kind of just an easy victory. She had to work for it.
And back in front of us, Beach Games 1526. Beach Games, a 2-year-old Sunshine Beach Bay filly, owned by Francis Dumichel and John Enright. Francis Dumichel, the trainer, Travis Henry, the winning driver. Second win for Beach Games, 156 and 2. We need a shot of that moon. Is it a full moon? Seventh race, so we're finished in the top. 1-3, double scratch, 2-4. Field for the 8th on parade. 1, McWicked Move, Jason Rye for Brent Dunbar and Dorothy Dunbar. Number 2, Twin B Nancy's Wish, Travis Henry for Sean, Stacy and Mark and Natasha, Stacy and Bertrand Gillespie. Number 3, Tamara Hanover, Tyler Moore for Rod Boyd and a numbered company from Ottawa. And number 4, Stag Royal, Anthony Hunt for Ken Skinner. Number 5 is My Last Kiss, Sammy Filia for Julie Walker and Francis Richard Incorporated and Dr. John Bradbury. Number 6, Can't Catch Kenzie, Jay Harris for Mike White, Nioski and Tara Isman and Garrett Isman. And number 7 is First Cast, Ryan Holiday for Dave Holiday. The owners are Dave and Ben Holiday. Field of 7, race number 8, an interesting dash, Robert. And in the center of the gate, the money is kind of split pretty evenly, 3, 4, and 5. But you went with 5, My Last Kiss, off a really good closing effort last time out to win.
Yeah, it was a good closing effort, and you know what? One that I was kind of sick after the race that I didn't have pegged higher because Gary, the win at Hanover was a good one on August the 3rd. Kind of a similar journey, except needed to go even wider from further back for the victory at 10-1, and then followed it up with a 14-1 victory here at the River. Not often you see a horse, offer 10-1, then come right back and give 14-1. Off a vet scratch, due to sickness before that, and I just think that the race might kind of end up falling back to her this time around, right? If she kind of gets a similar journey, shows she can really catapult off a helmet, and I didn't want to go against her off those 2 victories. 5-1 right now, probably shortens up come post time, but I don't expect her to be the favorite.
Yeah, she's still a bit of a Rodney Dangerfield in here at 5-1. Number 3, Tamara Hanover, is one that missed a lot of time before that last start at Sarnia. Tailed away in the late going, but still, this is one that was really good as a 2-year-old.
Yeah, she was dynamite as a 2-year-old, 5 for 8, 6 top 2 finishes. Just hasn't been able to kind of find it this season and made miscues and last time out was just kind of beaten by margin right at Hiawatha in a Prospect Series event, race won by Control the Fire. And taking all the support right now at 4-5, and I get it. I mean, credentials, past credentials, and even I guess her effort at Mohawk Park June 14th would kind of merit respect in here. But I probably need to see a little more before I'd be willing to back right a short number.
The one that I went to is number 4, Stag Royal, and this is one that was up early and fought hot fractions last time out. Still a decent effort, 3rd beaten a length, but I just kind of think if Stag Royal could get things just a little bit her own way, she's got the ability to be a big player in here. And I like the 7-2 with all the money on Tamara Hanover.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't know if those prices all hold come post time. They might. But Stag Royal, kind of one that's, I guess, an underrated type. 2 for 16 on the season, but has those 8 on the board finishes, kind of in the mix in all of her efforts, right? She picks up a lot of checks, that's for sure. 20,000 made, and versatile type 2, can come from off the pace and also has that tactical speed. So I think she'll be in the mix throughout. And you're right kind of trip, she might be able to get her nose on the wire first.
McWicked Move is 5-1, has an inside post position, and is one that raced here last race in that race that My Last Kiss was the winner, Stag Royal 3rd, and was there in the hunt 4th, and now at the inside again, and Jason Ryan's been driving very well. Maybe McWicked Move at 5-1 is also one you got to place somewhere on the ticket.
I think so. I'm a fan of the horse. You know that. I mean, we did well with this one in those 2 victories, June 17th and June 24th. I mean, I think that a horse that certainly figures to be competitive against this group. You get the pole position. I was hoping when I watched that replay of her last start, maybe we see some traffic trouble, stuff like that. Didn't really see that at all. Got beat 2 lengths or more than 2 lengths fair and square to My Last Kiss, but that one did get that second over journey certainly got that live tone to the race. So I would say McWicked moves an overlay right now at 6-1, but I think it's going to take a pretty decent trip for her to get to the wire first.
There's a couple interesting horses in here who probably you'd think they would get bet a little bit more. Twin B Nancy's Wish did have back-to-back wins here. Now, that was in a maiden class, and Can't Catch Kenzie has been racing consistently well, sometimes reliant on getting the right trip, but gets it often. And Can't Catch Kenzie at 12-1 seems. This is my second choice in here.
You know what? I was kind of torn on what to do with Can't Catch Kenzie here, because that effort at Georgian Downs, that's a non-winners of 2. Right, and the winner was Fancy Lettering. I was on Fancy Lettering on that occasion. That was actually in a big high five carryover, right? And then I was putting Fancy Lettering on top in there, and Can't Catch Kenzie I thought raced pretty well, all things considered. Ended up kind of closing into that one's margin late. Only got beat half a length. I guess what was polarizing for me is those condition claimers before that, and the fact that she wasn't really a win candidate in this class before, but maybe she's raised her game since then, because she's hit the board in each of her last 4, and that last effort was a good one. So I'll agree, like 12-1, even though I haven't really picked her anywhere from a value standpoint, she might be worth a few bucks.
Well, I threw in for second. It would be nice to go along with 4 Stag Royal. We might as well touch on 2 Twin B Nancy's Wish, because it was racing really well, went down to Mohawk, and that was a tough situation, but actually had a pretty big back half.
She did. And you know what? Again, we can typically look at those races and kind of just say, you know what, we can forgive them for it anyways. I mean, you're taking a big step up. She goes off at 40-1, but you're right. Her back half 55 flat. Before that, 2 victories here. Did have the race kind of fall back to her, right? August the 5th. That was one that came back to her when she got away last off the gate. So I think that she's in with a chance in here. 8-1's the number you need to get, though, if you're going to back her.
Well, and I love 11-1 on Can't Catch Kenzie. It would hold. Tamara Hanover is the 9-5 favorite right now, and you're on My Last Kiss. I got Stag Royal. It's McWicked Move on the inside of the gate with Twin B Nancy's Wish. In the center, Tamara Hanover, Stag Royal, My Last Kiss. The outside, Can't Catch Kenzie, and First Cast. Field of 7. It's race number 8. Into the backstretch they go. And the field for the 8th race. In the backstretch, gathering speed, approaching the start. And they're at the start of the rough, and Stag Royal will blast with First Cast, and also leaving is My Last Kiss, but Stag Royal with inside advantage will take the lead. My Last Kiss is forwardly placed, racing in the pocket. First Cast is third, then fourth is Can't Catch Kenzie, then it is back to Twin B Nancy's Wish, McWicked Move, and Tamara Hanover is last in the early going. Stag Royal and Anthony Hahn, 9-5 on the board, has the lead as they work on around the turn. My Last Kiss is right there enjoying the view in the pocket, and First Cast is right now third, 27-3 opening quarter. Then it is Can't Catch Kenzie and Twin B Nancy's Wish. Then further back, McWicked Move. Tamara Hanover is trailing the field. Stag Royal, 27-3 opening quarter, looks for a breather now. Leads at a length and a half as they work their way up towards the half, and right there in a good spot on the pocket is My Last Kiss, and First Cast is racing third. Then Can't Catch Kenzie on the inside. Now is being passed by Twin B Nancy's Wish, who's moving up. And also following on the outside is McWicked Move. And back to Tamara Hanover, still trailing half of 57. And Stag Royal leads it with that 29-2 second panel. But right there, My Last Kiss is looming in the pocket. And Twin B Nancy's Wish at 6-1 is coming to call and is working first over. It is taken over second. My Last Kiss on the inside, still in the pocket though. McWicked Move sharing fourth with First Cast on the inside. 3/4, 126-3. Tamara Hanover second last, and Can't Catch Kenzie has to catch them all to win. 3/4, 126-3, and they turn for home. Stag Royal, McWicked Move is making a move, and My Last Kiss is patiently waiting for the pocket. Twin B Nancy's Wish in the center. It is Stag Royal. My Last Kiss tries it up the passing lane, but Stag Royal continues on. Stag Royal wins it. My Last Kiss, and then Twin B Nancy's Wish, and close for fourth, 155-2. Stag Royal. Robert got things a little bit better. 57.5, got a breather, and looked sharp coming to the finish.
Yeah, no doubt. And Stag Royal again, one that I said has kind of been underrated, right? I mean, just in general, like she's always kind of there. She's got a couple victories, but she's got the ability to race kind of with any kind of trip. And this time around, she goes to the engine, and that's what obviously what she needs to get to the winner's circle tonight. And she raced well in doing so. I mean, not like a huge second quarter breather, kind of even fractions throughout, and 55 and 2 is a pretty solid mile time for this group. So Stag Royal gets to the winner's circle this time around, and again a horse that had been hitting the board with a lot of frequency, but now gets that third victory of the season.
But I thought the difference for Stag Royal last week, they get to the half in 55 and 2, and she's sitting in the pocket. And this is just, yeah, 57 still an honest, but it's not 55 and 2.
No, it's true, absolutely. You know what? This time around too, My Last Kiss kind of gets the trip on her back, and she can't come and get her at all. And last time that one got a favorable trip and came around them late. This time has to settle for I think was second anyways up the passing lane. But Stag Royal, no doubt about it. One that you were fond of here, Gary. Earned that victory, and again one that's kind of been knocking at the door in her last four starts. And now gets that deserved trip to the winner's circle.
I think what helps us price wise, the money came for Tamara Hanover, 5-2 on the board. Probably Tamara Hanover is one that needed to have a start first.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there's time between starts there. She obviously hasn't been on her game, and it'll probably take a little bit of time before she can kind of find that again, right? And again, I thought the support for early, not a direction I would go in at that price, anyways, right? But Twin B Nancy's Wish, ends up being in the mix again too, making that move in the middle stages, and 6-1 will help this trifecta.
It's a 4-5-2-7 top four. Back in front of us is number 4, Stag Royal, 3-year-old Stag Party Bay filly, owned by Ken Skinner, who's also the trainer. Anthony Hahn is the winning driver. Third win this year for Stag Royal. 155 and 2. Eighth race pounds for Stag Royal, 573.70 280. 5, My Last Kiss, 460 290. 2, Twin B Nancy's Wish, 350. $2 exactor is $17.20. Dollar try, $26.65. Dollar super, $267.65. Eighth race, order of finish from the top, 5361274. That's 5361274 on the bottom. Field on parade for race 9. One Raz and Jazz Austin, sorry for Ashley Lenvoy and Gino Toscani. Number 2, Halva ahead of Anthony Hahn for Anthony Beaton and David Mercer and McNichol and Robert Jones. Number 3, Pam, Jason Ryan for James Dean and Wilma and James McKenzie. And 4, Suntan City, Travis Henry for Francis Dumichel. 5 is Sweeter Than Lou, Jay Harris for Sean Stacy and Diane Bertrand and Robert Gillespie and Mark Stacy. Number 6, Wicked Weather, Scott Gold for Anthony Beaton and SSG Stables. Number 7, Monoceros, Daryl Thiessen for Gary Murner and Mike Flynn. 8 is Ace 44, Bella Brett McDonough for Craig Gilmore and Dana White. Field of 8, race 9. Let's get a look at this field. An interesting dash to close out the night. And, well, you've got Team Anthony Beaton as your top 2 picks. We'll start with number 6, Wicked Weather. The sun has not shone on Wicked Weather for a while, so Anthony Beaton changes venues with this one, hoping to get it going, this filly. And you get 5-1 on the board.
Yeah, it's not a bad price at all, Gary. I mean, we'll likely see a lot of movement, though, come post time, right? I don't think that Razin Jazz, as much as I've loved her in the past, I don't think she can go off as the odds-on favorite here. But there's a look at Wicked Weather. We're going to see a score down maybe from Scott Coulter here. And last time out, gets beat by wide margin to how much? I mean, I think we'd be more than happy to back that one. And here and before that, you can see it up and down. I mean, the horses that this one's been facing has been tougher than what she meets tonight. Pass it to light, we meet again. This magic moment, I'd be happy to back many of those against this group. So you're right, change of venue, definitely change of class. I mean, in many ways as well. Yes, it's not winners of 2, but it's not as tough as the not winners of 2 at Mohawk Park. So I'm happy to put Wicked Weather on top, and obviously for a barn that wins a lot of races and a lot of big races at that.
Halva Hanover, Anthony Hahn for Anthony Beaton, and has the gate speed to make use of the post position here. Halva Hanover went to the front last race. Now, wasn't able to hold on, but still, it was not a bad mile, 53, beaten 2 3/4.
No, not at all. And this was actually one that Conley was very fond of, right? He was singling this one on the end of his ticket for his late pick 4. And yeah, Halva Hanover, I think, is got as big as his chance as anyone in here. Not racing in as tough a classes as Wicked Weather's been racing in, but you see, the posts at Mohawk Park. Yeah, obviously 7 or 8's not that bad there at all, but it gets now an inside draw here at the river. Might be able to plug in for a good trip, and by all rights, I mean, should be more than competitive with this group. So that's a pretty solid number right now on both beaten horses, and I think really, I mean, they kind of have a bit of a class edge over many in here.
Conley and Kenny Middleton are both on Halva Hanover, sitting at 9-1. Number 7, Monoceros. Well, it's been off since July the 15th.
Yeah, been off some time. But, I always say I don't mind that as much when you're now with the new barn, right? And 0 for 9 this season, but does have 2 victories last year as a rookie and competing at, pretty solid horses, right? And now was a 2 at Pocono Downs and was kind of hitting the board there. First start now for Gary Murner. We've seen that barn have all kinds of success, here at the river and obviously everywhere else as well. So Daryl Thiessen aboard too. I think that this horse is in with a chance. I mean, 21-1, I definitely would take a flyer on that one. I think this race is a lot more wide open than it may appear on paper, and certainly more wide open than it appears on the odds board right now.
Well, we might as well get to the elephant in the room, Raz and Jazz. I did not expect 1-2. In fact, I thought I was going to be jumping on one that some would be jumping off of here, because each of the last 2 races at Georgian Downs, she kind of gave it up in the late going. Well, not kind of. She did give it up, but here, July the 22nd, in this class, romped from post 7.
Yeah, and I'm a big fan of this horse. I mean, she's been very good to me. We've pretty much caught her every single time she's been a winner here at the river. The problem I have is is that last time jumped back on her bandwagon after kind of getting a tough trip at Mohawk Park and finishing 5th. Now coming into this race, her last 2 at Georgian Downs, obviously, yeah, numbers of 3, maybe a bit tougher pound for pound, but ends up fading back to 5th, fading back to 4th. I thought kind of regressed over the course of those starts. So I think that 1 to 2 is way too short. I thought 8 to 5 morning line was too short. So obviously, I think odds on is big fan of the horse. Would have to see her bounce back with a better effort. Maybe she does with a victory. Who knows? But I'd have to see a better effort for her to be willing to jump on her bandwagon again.
My second choice in here, and the one that I could go to on top, because I wouldn't be taking 3 to 5 in Raz and Jazz, is number 3, Pam. Now, you were stuck on this one July the 29th, and Peeler was able to streak to victory, but then went up to Georgian Downs and won there in a nominators at 2 and went to the front. And that last race finished behind Raz and Jazz, but it was an okay effort and battled hard in that one, came first up. I think Pam has won at 7 to 1. I'm stuck on the idea of using that one on top.
I think she's in with a big chance here. Like I said, I think this race is way more wide open than the odds board would lead us to believe right now. And Pam, like I said, one that I was very fond of July 29th. Never really had a chance in that race. She got interfered with, made a break in stride, and then of course comes back and wins next time out as a favorite at Georgian Downs. And I thought the last effort was okay. I mean, she disappoints as the favorite, but she was odds on in numbers of 3 there. So that in itself should merit some respect here. And boy, if you backed her on that occasion, you got a chance to take back some serious value tonight.
And then one that intrigues me at a longer price is 5, Sweeter Than Lou, because Sweeter Than Lou at times has shown up with some pretty fine efforts. And last time out, that was that race with Ace 44 Lady at Georgian Downs, finished 6th. But, you were looking at one sent up by Sean Stacy that's 30 to 1 that maybe can sneak onto this ticket, onto the high 5.
Yeah, sometimes you look at a horse and say, okay, should be, competitive in here, and has been picking up pieces. And you say, the connections alone kind of merit more respect than the odds, right? 30 to 1 is a monster. Really, on anyone in here, Gary, I think you can back at 30 to 1 because I think this race is a lot more wide open than it looks. So, yeah, I'm with you on that. High 5 all day for the 5, Sweeter Than Lou, and maybe that one can really help spice things up.
Well, I wouldn't be taking 4 to 5 in Raz and Jazz. I thought I'd be sitting at 5 to 2 or 3 to 1. Instead, I would be on Pam, stuck on that idea. And we both have 6 to 1 because you're getting 6 to 1 at Wicked Weather right now dropping 9 to 2. It's Raz and Jazz, Halva Hanover and Pam on the inside, Suntan City, Sweeter Than Lou in the center. And to the outside, Wicked Weather, Monoceros and Ace 44 Bella. It is a field of 8, 9th and final dash on a marvelous Monday at the River. And the field for the 9th race is in position. And there at the start of the rough end, Sweeter Than Lou is going to blast out in the early going. Raz and Jazz is rolling out as well. Halva Hanover, Ace 44 Bella, Pam is racing 5th, and then Suntan City, Wicked Weather and Monoceros, but Sweeter Than Lou at 30 to 1. Leads right now by 2 1/4. Raz and Jazz second, Halva Hanover, Ace 44 Bella, then Pam is 5th, and Suntan City, Wicked Weather has just one beaten, and that's Monoceros as they race 26 and 3 opening quarter. And Sweeter Than Lou was sharp in the early going, and Raz and Jazz is getting a trip in the pocket right now. Halva Hanover, Ace 44 Bella, there goes Pam now, and Pam has moved out. And then it's further back to Suntan City. Wicked Weather on the inside. Monoceros on the outside of a 26 and 3 opening quarter. Sweeter Than Lou at 30 to 1. Leads on up to the half. Halftime 55 and 1. Halva Hanover on the outside. Raz and Jazz in the pocket. And then it is Pam who's situated second over and sharing fourth with Ace 44 Bella to the inside. Suntan City 6th. Wicked Weather is still cloudy for Wicked Weather right now. home. And then Monoceros, and they head on by 3/4, and Sweeter Than Lou leads still at 30-1. Gets a bit of urging. Raz and Jazz is driving through on the inside, is now Halva Hanover is backing away. And Raz and Jazz has been getting the trip and carried to the top of the stretch and pops out right now. And Raz and Jazz now is jazzed up as they turn for home. And right now appears to be hitting all the right notes. And down the stretch drive they come. Raz and Jazz, Sweeter Than Lou, and flying late. Ace 44 Bella, but it's Raz and Jazz rolling at the finish. Ace 44 Bella. Then third is Sweeter Than Lou, and fourth between Suntan City and Monoceros. 153 and 2. Raz and Jazz did climb up to 8-5 on the board.
Yeah, went up to 8-5, Gary. You know, I'll be honest, I just kind of whiffed on this race. I mean, I wasn't even close to finish it off here, and I've been a big fan of this horse. You know that. Been a big fan of Raz and Jazz, and you know, I guess usually I'd come back to her in this spot, but I just it wasn't really fun of what I saw in her last two. But she gets back to the river, and there's just something about Allura for her, or this surface, and obviously this class that favors her, because she another nice effort for the victory. She, you know, sits in the pocket a long way behind a 32-1 shot, but it was a well-meant 32-1 shot. So ends up rolling past that one late, and then another long shot comes at her in the stretch, but she's able to fend that one off pretty easily. The 8 Ace 44 Bella. So this should be some wild exotics here, shouldn't it? I mean, these are going to be some interesting payouts for sure.
And Austin Sorry drove this one to victory, the last win, and so Austin Sorry gets reunited. And also, you can't discount the value of that trip, because Sweeter Than Lou, we talked about this one just before the start of the race, that should not be at that price. And Sweeter Than Lou carried Raz and Jazz perfectly if you're backing Raz and Jazz.
You know, absolutely. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, you know, guts to stay behind a horse is that long of a price, and it worked out perfectly, right? Because Sweet and Lou took her right to the head of the stretch, and then she's able to forge to the lead, and Sweet and Lou actually sticks around for third. So you can see it right there. I mean, 8-5 on top, then you're 25-1 or more in the next three positions. So, I mean, we're going to see a big trifecta, big exacta, big trifecta, and the high five. It'll be interesting to see if anyone has it or not.
And the timing is perfect, too, for Raz and Jazz, because Halva Hanover was on the outside but now backs away. So the ability to come out is the perfect time. You don't even have to wait for the passing lane.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think every driver prefers to move to the outside there at the top of the stretch than to go to the passing lane. That was even over the old surface as well. But in any event, Raz and Jazz back to victory lane here at the river.
And Raz and Jazz, a 3-year-old Racing Hill Bay filly owned by Gino Toscani. Ashley Lenvoy is the trainer. Austin Sorry, the winning driver. Fourth win this year for Raz and Jazz. Sixth lifetime. Raz and Jazz, 153 and 2. Ninth race payouts, one Raz and Jazz, 523.10, 260 Ace 44 Bella, 20, 30, and 810, and 5 Sweeter Than Lou, 1060, $2 exactor, $120.60 dollar try, pays $1,082. The pick three, $26.95 dollar ticket, dollar win for $47.15. The 20-cent high five, $7,060. A 20-cent high five. Kaboom, shakalaka. $2 exactor, $120.60. Dollar try, $1,082.55. Double of 4 and 1 is $1,780. The ninth race order finished in the top is up 186-53742. That's 186-53742 on the bottom. Well, fans, that concludes the live harness racing program for this Monday evening. There's the photo for fourth. Note that action resumes on Wednesday. Our first dash in Wednesday is 6:30 p.m. And also a reminder that there is no racing here on Friday evening, as we're going to miss one day on Friday evening and be back next week again. But racing action Wednesday, 6:30 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Good night, Casey.